Okay, the router fan is there. Oh, the Town Center podcast came out 5 minutes ago. Nice. I recorded that yesterday. Doing a podcast is kind of weird because it's not like you're thinking about a question and coming up with a coherent answer. You're just kind of rambling on. So I don't know how that'll turn out. I'll have to watch it myself later. So the good news is I now have a fan on the router, so hopefully that won't overheat. Hello on YouTube to Physics Monkey 2 and Turs. Turs on YouTube. Look at this. It'll tell me how it turned out in 1 hour. All right, thank you. Don't blame Conan. You can watch the podcast during the draft. So we'll have Arabia and Forest Pond for Mihai and Sitaux, then Zawal and Canberra for the Amigos. Oh, hello Chumsta. And Stranded then as our first map. Okay, Nomad and African Clearing were both banned, and we got Stranded. I'm kind of disappointed we're not going to see a Black Forest game between these teams. This would have been the most Rage Forest of all the teams we have. Mihai and Sitaux? Winners of Rage Forest 5? Along with Dragonstar and Kamigawa on their team against the Amigos, the Black Forest experts of Ganji and Valas. But Taiwan picked Forest Pond as the first map, perhaps hoping to play a standard map. And not face the BF experts on their home turf, as good as they both are at BF, maybe hoping that they have a better advantage on the non-BF maps as compared to BF. And as now I've been saying how we finally saw Valley of Kings in the Silver League, but we haven't seen Mediterranean or Islands picked. I'm also realizing we haven't seen Fortress picked. And Full Metal Zim, thank you for gifting a sub to Spawn. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. And hope everyone is ready to go because I was up late last night working on stuff for this. Dropped the subscribe. Hello, Anthony on YouTube. And now Spawn has the Carto emote on Twitch. W sub, W gift. So I'm gonna need chat to be active today, so you can keep me awake during the games. If this first set is quick, then maybe I take a nap before the next set. You watched MBL coach Emu yesterday. How did that go? Did Emu improve? Hello, Smitana. Oh, those YouTube emotes also popped in the chat. I need to figure out how to put the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat together. It was glorious, yes. I hope that'll be on MBL's YouTube. I'd want to see that. So I've dropped schedules everywhere. Thank you, Essa Kappa, for the follow on Twitch. I made a Discord post, a Twitter post, and a Reddit post. I'll see if next week we can get the announcement pinned for the final schedule for all of the streams on the final week, because I think the final week is going to be the thing I'm most worried about for viewership. Super hyped to see Arabia picked every set. It's just such a crazy map. You like Arabia, Dodo? I'm super hyped to see Canberra picked. I think all of the Chaos maps we have are great. Maybe we have a bit of a Skirm Fest on Valley of Kings. At least it is Chicken Arabia. I am hoping to see someone do the Phosphoro Chicken lore. And Arbase is here. Hello, Arbase. And hello, LC River. No one likes chickens. Can I quote them out, please? What if we just did Arabia, no chickens, no deer? Is it actually good? I think it is actually good. Hello, Lily. You can also long distance take the chickens, and I've seen people do that. I do think the phosphor chicken push is actually the way to go, though. With the walls. I'm so happy we discovered that. The YouTube video on that's actually doing pretty good too. I had like over, I think 11K views last I checked. Yeah, like chickens taste like turtles. I remember I played this point and click adventure game. I think it was called SpongeBob Employee of the Month back when I was a kid. And yeah, you had to figure out what the slogan of the restaurant was by going to this faraway location, looking at the restaurant with a telescope. I remember it took me forever to figure it out because you had to click on a very specific spot to look at it. And I didn't figure it out forever. And the slogan was, tastes like chicken. That is a memory that is embedded in my mind. MBL was coaching Emu to beat Phosphor yesterday. That's what Turs said. That's what Turs said. Is it worth it to learn the Phosphor chicken push, or will devs figure out a way to deny that student and implement that? Trirems seem to have been annoyed at the chicken push, so maybe they will patch it out. I think if Phosphor can make it look cleaner, people will be more interested. Yeah, there's an elegance to the strategy that is kind of required for it, right? The walls that he builds are rather long and perhaps somewhat inelegant. What is Phosphor chicken push? Check out I'll link you the YouTube video I'm talking about. Yeah, essentially he builds a wall to push them towards his TC. He also has a channel, in the description there's also, I linked to the video on his channel where he explains how it works. Different bands and different picks. Yeah, Hun's the very first pick? What year is this? I gotta check my calendar, and it's telling me, oh, wait, it's 2025. It's the year of the Cav Archer. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Oh, I almost forgot what year it was. Can you comment the picks for us? So we have the admin bands at the bottom, 10 random bands. Some new civs, the Shu and the Wu being banned. Then also Bengalis, Britons, Slavs, Maya, Poles, Sicilians, Dravidians, and Persians. Then 2 more civs for each team band. Magyars, Bohemians, Khitans, and Cumans. So the bands are done. You enter 2 bands and you don't know what the other team banned when you enter yours. So there's a chance you both ban the same 2 civs. But here we have 4 different bands. And then the first 2 picks are done the same way. You pick 2 civs without knowing what your opponent picks. So you might have mirrors, but instead you have different picks. Better than 2024 Year of the Skirm. How surprised are we over the Khitan ban? Not surprised at all. And from here on out, did I type round of 17 on my overlay? I need more sleep. Round of 16. Chat, you gotta point that out to me. gotta keep me awake, and you gotta let me know when I mess up. I've almost finished working on the maps and Civ unit overlay I'm gonna have. So once I get that implemented, I think things are gonna look a lot smoother for the map picks, and I'll have indications on the map of who won each set. It'll be great. I've had too much to do. I haven't had time to finish that. I have a YouTube video I need to finish editing about math. So much for me to do. So we will have, going down the picks, well, I guess we'll look at the maps. So Canberra, Sudden Death. You're going to have a very specific set of civs for that. I wonder if Byzantines get picked, because I feel like they're a very good civ on Canberra, but maybe more in a 1v1 than a 2v2. I still think winning the water with Byzantines and just going Dromans is a great way to play that map. And also you have great defensive castles for it. We have some fun community sets tonight. Oh, yes. I don't know how I'm going to sleep until tomorrow. Yeah, I need to stay updated now of the community sets and the AOQ sets. Look forward to seeing Forest Pond. Yep. I made a slight tweak to Forest Pond where I better balanced the fish. So everyone should get 2 deep fish roughly close to their starting location. There were cases where some players were only getting 1, so I think that should be a bit more balanced. You'll have a more equal distance between the dock to the fish. So Forest Pond will be, well, maybe a spot for the Cumans. I mean, we did see a Cuman boom where they didn't... oh, wait, never mind, they got banned. I thought they were picked for a second. No, they got banned. But we did see an interesting game where a Cuman boomed instead of fishing. Which tag is it? It is Mihai Sitaux. Maybe I should just put that on the overlay. Tag. This is Sitaux and Mihai. Amigos are Ganji and Valas. Let's see, I think I missed a chat message. Oh no, I'm good. I feel like the strongest tag team would be Mihai and Sitaux? Or I mean MBL and Sitaux? Maybe. MBL will be playing with Sorkuma and Z40. And Immaculado, hello! Nice Teutonic Knights. Yeah, so Portuguese, a civ that could be used, honestly, on all 5 maps here. An Archer civ on Arabia. I could even get away with them as a cab civ on Arabia. They are great on water for Forest Pond. They have a great fast imp for Canberra if you want to try to get to the TC snipes. They can go organ guns on Zawal. They still a good hybrid civ, Nomad civ for Stranded. If you want to take the water, maybe do a castle drop and organ guns there. What games does Tag have teams in? You mean other than Age of Empires? I didn't know there were anything other than an Age of Empires game. Hello, Blue People 13. Oh, I was also going to put the link to the YouTube stream and the Twitch. Anything other than an Age of Empires. So all Age of Empires games? I don't know. I was only aware of their AoE2 team. Which I guess they have 2 separate components of that competing in Cartographers, but... Yeah, I don't know if they have other games. I know Gamer Legion has other games, but I don't know any of their other players or what those games actually are. I just know I see their social media posts. What is the chat rate on YouTube? I see I have chat messages, but it says I have a chat rate of 0. The chat rate of the stream at the most recently available time. YouTube, don't define the chat rate using the term chat rate. Since you're Nilly's man, you checked Wikipedia. Apparently, tag is just AoE2 and AOM. Okay. I wanted to hear a light bulb. You gotta spam the YouTube chat until we see a chat rate above 0. I was watching some to the GL interview. I look super tired. I probably was because I was up all night before that interview making stuff ready for Cartographers, and I woke up at... I got like 2 hours of sleep and woke up to do that interview at 8 a.m. before casting. So I was super tired during that interview. How are Andy and Lewis seed number 1? They grinded the team game ladder. That's how. That is how. Can't really watch GL interviews unless it's cool people like Dave. Yeah, it was based on ladder elo, yes. And the camera off and sleep. I can't do that while streaming. Thank you, Samuello94 and ZShell88 for the follows. ZShell. You're not a Bash user. You're a Z-Shell user. Check my YouTube title. What about my YouTube title, Cool Cat? Sitaux and Mihai versus... Oh, Ganji and Barles. Ganji and Barles, thank you. Ganji and Valas. Thank you. Onahara in Doubt. Playing tomorrow. Did the Reddit post say today? No, it says tomorrow, Friday at 13:30 GMT. Oh crap, I need to edit my Reddit post. Wait, is today Wednesday or Thursday? Oh, today's Wednesday? Holy crap, I messed up my Reddit post. Ah. This is how tired I am. I don't even have the day right. Too many Discord channels for me. This is... Can I edit a post on Reddit? I don't have the ability to do that. edit the post flare. Can I delete this and repost it? Okay. Time to delete and repost the post I made. Thank you for pointing that out. Delete this. And I will repost it. r/AOE2. My image again. Okay. Second time is the charm. There. Three-one Sitaux striped turtle predicting. Up and okay, third time's the charm. I reposted it without editing it. And boom, now it is correct. All right, I can click buttons properly. There we go. Twitch chat, you can laugh at me. What, did I miss the chat while I was typing that? I probably did. And hello, Ulrich. Yes, he is on the other. He is on the other team. Yes. Friday is in 2 days. I know today is Wednesday. That means tomorrow there's no Gold League. I can maybe sleep. And Thursdays in 1 day. Yes. This is why I'm not streaming with the webcam. I'm way too tired for that right now. Alright, but they're in the lobby on Stranded, getting ready to go. So, a reminder that 50% of all donations will go towards the prize pool, and the other 50% will go towards buying me coffee, so I can stay awake with all the work I'm doing. Nekutans are annoying? Well, that's why they're banned. That's why they indeed are banned. Banned by players they are banned. If you look at the draft there on the right side for the amigos. So they were banned by the amigos. It's not the random bans. I wish they would change admin bans to random bans. It's not really an admin doing it. It's not our base throwing darts at a board and doing the bans. Alright, they have launched, and we are going to get right into the game on Stranded. Here we are loading into Capture Age. Lovely. Alright, let's just get this set up. This is tagged with a smiley face, and the amigos over there, red versus blue. And this will be the round of 16. It will be the Gold League, and this is the first of a best of 5. It's single elimination at this point, so whoever wins advances, whoever loses is out. The amigos advanced through the play-in round. Tag, Sitaux, and Mihai were high enough that they qualified right for the set immediately. And the map will be Stranded. For junks, no, we used fishing ships. No junks this time, no junks. You're using the same setup as we did in TTL. You start with a fishing ship. You also start with 9 villagers. We have a little beach party. Ooh, these villagers had 3 rugs of the same type. And we have a little beach party where all the villagers start. I thought that was cute. It was wonderful until I realized that I needed to spread the vills out more so they could find a wood line more easily. So it's 3 groups of 3 vills, and players are looking, for the most part, I've seen them going now for wood lines and stone. Consequence of having the vills spread out, that the stone can be more consistently near a TC spot. I might need to adjust that a bit as we go forward. No junk jokes. Those jokes have to go to the junk folder. And ooh, mule cart used to block the rhino during the lore. Ooh. I've never thought of that before, but it makes perfect sense. And you just like phosphor with the chickens. As soon as I saw the walls go down, it made sense. So we will have Valas and Ganji as Georgians and Armenians, both mule cart civs for Stranded. Okay, both mule cart civs, taking advantage of being able to take multiple wood lines. And they will be against Huns and Vikings. Now, Huns were the very first pick, and this explains it. It is a nomad start, so you start with the Hun horse, and you can pick up all of the water buffalo. What does the rhino meat taste like? I don't know. I don't think I've ever eaten rhino. But I did at TwitchCon years ago. We went to a restaurant, and they served a wild boar burger. And naturally, I had to order it and just try it, but I thought it was absolutely awful. I would not recommend wild boar to anyone. And Armored Trunks, thank you for the follow. It does sound like a good way of banning. Our base, maybe that's how we should do the bans. Our base throwing darts at a board. And Barry Bats Back, thank you for the follow. And Socks, thank you for the follow. Eat rhino? Nope, there are rhinos on the map, and players will lure them and eat them. Small F? I didn't notice a small F. That might have been on your side. It looks fine for me. OBS telling me no dropped frames. So here, Valas blocking a bit too much with the mule cart. Oh wait, the Hunnic horse and the mule cart are going to be involved in a block war. So what is... So Sitaux just trying to use his horse to be annoying for the villager to slow down the rhino lore? But then Valas is going to block with the mule cart and use the mule cart to block the rhino while the Vill attacks the horse. And Sitau's just losing HP on his horse for some timing and slowing down the rhino. This is Age of Empires in 2025. I remember first seeing Tato do this on HD with a scout blocking a Vill and then the scout blocks the boar. But now we've gone to horses and mule carts. And boar is great for stews and long cooking, not so much for burgers. Is Twitch might be being silly. I've noticed that sometimes on Twitch, I have some streams that keep pausing and I had to keep clicking them to keep going. It didn't look like it was drop. It was a drop, just a twitch thing. Your grandma was pushed off of her bicycle once by a wild boar. That sounds horrible. Oh, look at these birds! Look at the birds! Look at them go! Oh, what is this? Some of them are flying off. They're all getting stuck here. Hello, birds. This game has birds getting stuck. It has mule cart horse interactions. This is some mating ritual. They're trying to spawn some more macaws. Oh, this is a thanks DE moment right here. And players up to feudal. Well, this is where all the action's happening. I wonder if you're a player, do you notice this? I want to see like some X's and some 11s in the chat. Thanks. Imagine if Nilly fixes the pathfinding and this is no longer... Oh, there they go. There they go. They've done it. Imagine if Nilly fixes the pathfinding and this never happens. Like that moment there was just like Nilly fixed the pathfindings and the birds went free. Or no, are they getting stuck again? Oh, they're getting stuck again, right? Something about right here. Oh, they keep turning right at that spot. Goodbye, birdies. Oh, the game is paused. What is the pause? Do I have to see what the pause is? Paused by Sitaux. Do you lose his horse? No, his horse is still there, of course. Low HP. Let's see what's going on. We got scouts here from Valas. He's walling up. And we're gonna have just some small walls by Sitaux. We have a double sorry go and a yes. First type into his team, then type into everyone. We gotta make sure the scouts don't get in, but that could leave the scouts to come over to Mihai. Don't want to leave him open. Ganji will be walling up himself. Yeah, far too many birds flew over my kingdom. No wonder thou wert victorious. Is that the Bermuda Triangle? I did intend this map to be Southeast Asian themed, but I guess it could be more tropical themed. Like USA, like off the coast in the Bermuda Triangle. We don't have enough. Maybe this could be like the first North American map outside of, or at least like north of the Conquerors expansion. We've been looking for that North American DLC for a long time. The Mississippian Civ. And we don't get the junk, no, we get fishing ships. And we also get some aggressive galley play from Mihai. As he's going to bring the galleys right into Ganji's fish. Ganji not able to defend this. He's going to lose everything, and especially the Vil on the dock. And, Rick, thank you for the follow. It would be funny if the bird clustering was just a capture age bug. Now that's a real in-game bug. So Ganji's lost all of his fish, and we have a huge score lead from Mihai because of that. Scouts from Valas, I don't know if they were able to get... Oh, Valas has lost all of his fish too. So double water play from Sitaux and Mihai. The Vikings with the cheaper dock, and then cheaper as the team bonus, and then cheaper galleys themselves, helping to facilitate that. The Huns not needing houses and having more wood for galleys has been great for Sitaux as well. And we'll have a tower rush from Valas on the hill, shooting down the tower from Sitaux. Now, the hill doesn't matter in the tower fight. And the scouts are going to try to break in, but we have Castle Age on the way for Sitaux. What will Sitaux do when he gets up? Now, you don't have much stone, and one stone pile is not enough to afford a castle. Try to buy one. I'd love to see Tarkins used, but that's not realistic here. Barracks, and he'll probably just go for an archery range. Why do they get a smiley? That they put that in their team name. They had a smiley face in their team name. Hills don't matter in tower fights? No, they do not. No, they do not. I have an old YouTube video about that. There are formulas for the number of projectiles that are silly, and then There are secondary projectiles that never are affected by hills, and primary projectiles that only do the minimum damage, and that's not affected by the hill and the tower fight. There's a lot of different things that go into it. And do they count when shooting at vills repairing the tower? The tower shoots many arrows. The primary arrow at that point gets a hill bonus. The secondary arrows do not. They never get a hill bonus. So we'll have archer play from Ganji trying to get in by that tower, but the tower is going to kill the archer. Spears aren't going to do much damage. Some of the things were changed? No, I don't believe so. I forget exactly what they did. I think they changed the way villagers work, so villagers no longer shoot fewer arrows with the fletching upgrade. I think most of that still is the same. It's just towers. Nope, everything's like that. Every secondary projectile. Mangonel projectiles, Chukonu projectiles, they don't benefit from the hill bonus. Secondary projectiles don't. Also the same thing for the TC. You'll notice that if you shoot the boar with the TC, you don't do any bonus or any less damage depending on the elevation difference. Although I guess you usually don't have a hill near the TC, but if you do maybe another TC and try to defend with it on a hill, it's all secondary arrows. So the hills do not matter in the douche fight either. So quick wall from Sitaux, gonna keep the scouts out. And this is Castle Age from Sitaux, Castle Age from Mihai, and having killed all the fish and taken the water, they have an absolutely huge score lead. And I'll try to translate that into an in-game lead. We'll have Ganji coming forward as the Armenians. I wonder what his plan is. It's Ganji. Maybe he's going to do fortified churches and monk rush. Vikings usually not that great at defending from a monk rush. Yeah, it's a secondary projectile thing. Yep, and ooh, we're gonna have a forward from Valas created by a bunch of walls to keep his vills safe from knights. And he's just gonna stonewall the vills in and keep them safe. Does not want to lose those vills. Still has some scouts hoovering, but has not been able to find any damage with them. And it will just be knights from Sitaux with that faster working Hunnic stable. And double fortified church along with a forward workshop from Ganji. He is going to be clowning around a bit. There's some stone with a gate delete. Well, these vills have made a tower, little outpost for them to hide in. Try to stay safe. Valas, though, has not clicked up yet. He is farming, but he is far behind compared to everyone else. Has a good vill count, but then Ganji's vill count is very low. And what I'm talking about TCs and hill bonuses, here is a hill TC from Mihai. He says, I see your workshop in your fortified churches. I'm just going to build a TC right here. Why not be on a hill? Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer. What is this? That's 2 relics for Ganji. Mangonel out. Mangonel, I don't know if we can find a spot for hill bonus to hit the TC. TCs will take extra damage from mangonels on hills, that's for sure. And oh yeah, I think it's a hill bonus. Might be a nice capture age feature to click and see the elevation that a unit's at. Why is he so late? Because he lost all of his fishing ships and he made scouts. So all of that initial investment he had into a food economy was taken away and he was spending a lot of food. He had to do farms to make up for it, but the farms were later because he had invested into the fish. And all of a sudden, he is really far behind. Ganji, even though he lost the fish, wasn't doing the scouts, so he was still able to click up at a decent time. Valas feels dead. Valas feels dead here. Ganji, with the second mangonel, what's that gather point? Is it just going back for some reason? He also needs to repair the mangonel from the crossbows. Relix will be shooting arrows there. Here, oh, that's where the mangonel went. That's where the mangonel went. That's the thought of dead crossbows. Okay. Yeah, Mihai losing some crossbows. Before I don't think before he even would die. At least he lost a mangonel in that fight. More relics for Ganji. Ganji can get 3 relics, and even if he kills Mihai, I think Sitau's gonna have a huge boom. As he has a second TC, Ganji 2 TCs behind the monk rush, but still is committing to the monk rush and doesn't have fish. Monk's going for crossbow conversions. Crossbow's trying to pick them off. A third mangonel is out. His own mangonel shot from Mihai will hit some of his crossbows. Church is shooting at the crossbows. Mangonel shot lands 2. And the Vills then were garrisoned for a while, but they can repair. The TC destroys, though, with a workshop. Oh, wow. I'm not expecting to see that. And Light Cav, are they walled out? No, they are not. And that'll be the death of the mangonel. And the destruction of the other mangonel thanks to those Light Cav. No more mangonels. And there's the GG. Very dominant game from Tag. Clean play on the water. Trapped Valas in the feudal age. And defended from all of the scouts that he tried to make. Cast on to GG, your favorite team game strat. Definitely it is a team game strat. Let me see the scoreboard. I'm gonna improve my scoreboard, updating too soon. It's a win for Tag. That's one of the things I had been working on. And I will give the win to them on the left side of the scoreboard. And their civs were Vikings and Huns. Against Georgians and Armenians. So, very first picked civ for Tag. Hun's going to be picked pretty highly on that map, I think, due to the horse. And ProPleb NZ, thank you for the follow. Also, looks like Sitaux and Mihai both are streaming their point of views if you want to check them out. Which map do I see most fit for the Dark Horse Teuton pick? Zawal, potentially. They might be anticipating a monk rush from the Amigos on Zawal and have Teutons to counter that. That would be my first guess. And looks like the map will be Canberra. Yeah, the map is Canberra. It is sudden death. And thank you everyone for tuning in as we're gonna get set for game number 2. We have just about 400 viewers between Twitch and YouTube, so the numbers for this tournament so far have been amazing. I appreciate all of the support, and I hope you are enjoying. And as Arbase said earlier, we have some team games that are, or some team games. Everything's a team game. Some community league games that are going to be starting tonight. Yeah. I mean, the Aussies told me I should pronounce the map as Canberra, ATN Scarface, instead of Canberra. Same energy as Edinburgh. Yep. As Amigos playing here. Let's see, still in the lobby. Need to move my monitors around so I can see the civs. Byzantines make sense for Canberra. Byzantines maybe for Zawal could be interesting. Or even for Forest Pond, though. Fire galleys on Forest Pond from Byzantines feel like a really strong situation, too. But Byzantines, Malay, Portuguese. Maybe Japanese, even, for Canberra. For the Amigos. For Tag, Italians, I think. And they didn't use Spanish for Stranded. So that might be for Zawal or Forest Pond. Could be used here, maybe. Malians, maybe, could be here. As a water civ. Teutons and Turks could be what they do for Zawal. Did they add more Steam achievements to the game recently? By recently, as in, I feel like a month ago, there was a DLC that came out. So, yes. I don't know if the patch before that had achievements too. Years ago I had all the achievements, but as they've added more, I haven't kept up. Was it in Cartographers 1? No, it was not. It's been in a lot of sudden death tournaments, though. John Slow had used it for Valhalla, and I thought the Chaos category could use a sudden death map. Alright, they have launched. And, well, you are right about the Byzantines. It is Byzantines and Malay for the Amigos, and Turks and Koreans. Ooh, Turks! Turks and Koreans for tag. And hello, the Lord Penguin. I just wanted to give a big thanks for hosting a proper team game tournament. I've been craving one for the longest time. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying. And again, everyone, if you want to support, you can follow the stream. I do have a goal of 15,000 followers, and if we hit that, I will be adding another $500 to the prize pool. So that's a great way to support. And hopefully we can get a lot of viewers for the last weekend, as I think it's just going to be the last week that determines if we hit that or not. But if we do, that would be amazing. Thank you, everyone. Eyes on targets and Uber mentions. Uber mentions and eyes on targets. Thank you for the follows. At some point, I'll need to redo the alert so they're not on top of the chat. I think I have them in the same position as I do in-game. Alright. And I'll set this up so it is blue. Oh yeah, the seeds. I forgot to add their seeds to the overlay. What are the seeds? Amigos are seed number 12, and tag smiley face is seed number 5. There we go. Overlay updated. I've been trying to learn build orders recently. ChatGPT tells you what to do, and you do it. That might not be my recommended way of learning build orders. Back in 2012, I read Chris's book, and that would have been 2012 to 2013. As outdated as that is now, I think that would still be a better source than ChatGPT. Anyway, we will have Ganji coming forward with 2 vills docking but not blocking the middle. And they have sheep. Yes, they do have sheep on this map. We had a show match on this map, and we looked at it constantly while we were testing, and we did not notice I forgot to place 3 starting sheep for the players. But they're there now. They're there now. Also, we did try to make it so that galleys at least have a bit of a spot. If they have fletching to hit the TC with 6 range, you can get a galley there and shoot the TC on your way to feudal. It's not quite consistent, but it should be better than it had been. We let the water get 1 tile closer to the TC, another tile closer, and I think it's probably too close. We couldn't do that over here. If I had more time, I would hack the maps and move the TC back 1 tile and everything else 1 tile precisely. But I don't quite have time to do that, so we have to live with occasionally 1 TC will be 1 tile closer to the water. Yeah, the one on the left is a bit far, but at least you can kind of patrol stack galleys there if you want to shoot the TC. So we had some. We did notice that the water was sometimes uneven. As when you do map scripts and you place your TCs, the downside is that the center right of the TC is actually the center of the player base. So for the most part, there are hacks you can do, but in general, if you're just placing objects the easy way, everything will be off by 1 tile compared to the TC. And you can definitely notice that as on this map, as not just object placement, but terrain generation. around the TC that affects the water is also off by a tile. I feel like seeding doesn't really tell at all who the favorite is. That's a good point, and as much as it probably doesn't, I feel like at this point, I had considered reseeding everyone once they got into the bracket, but I don't think there's much of an advantage to being a high seed or a low seed in the tournament once you actually get there. And I think rewarding teams for grinding the team game ladder by having the bye and then the higher seed, where the higher seed is just you pick which position you want in the draft. It's not like a sporting event where you have a home field advantage, like in baseball. It's just you pick which side of the draft you're on, and I don't think that's anywhere near as important as matchups. And with 16 teams, whether it's whether tag is the high seed or the low seed in their matchup, it doesn't really make much of a difference. And they did win the first game. Yes, thank you. Scoreboard position is reversed, and I checked the wrong side. Yes, thank you. No docks for Valas and Mihai. No docks for Valas and Mihai. No docks for the Byzantine player is a bit weird. He's taking the shorefish. Mihai taking his shorefish too. And it will be Sitaux going for the dock block. You can use 2 docks to block off the passage to your base. And hello, cakes. Is this a best of 5? Yes, 5 dots on the scoreboard. You're gonna come in. And galleys? Oh, galleys! Okay, the Korean player going galleys instead of fire galleys. That, when you're this close, what? What? More, what? More galleys. Yeah, usually when you're close, the fire galley is better than the galley. But yeah, I guess that's the thing. He can camp behind the docks, but then you're giving up the fish. Unless his plan is just to snipe off fish and then give up water. Feudal Age on the way from Valas and from Mihai. We have a double dock there, Ganji docking. He will add in a galley. And he could add in a demo on his dock too, if he's worried about small numbers of ships popping out. The Koreans do not get demo ships. So Koreans winning the water is really tricky on these maps. Koreans kind of like the Vikings because they missed something in their water triangle. Usually much prefer playing galleys and having larger maps where they can micro. So Sitaux ran his fishing ships to Mihai's base. End up with 20 war galleys and destroy with water. That could be a thing. That can definitely be a thing. I'm casting and on the TC podcast. Well, the podcast was recorded yesterday. I was up all night and then woke up early for that. I didn't see the edited version. We had a fun journey of I recorded the file locally, but I completely forgot to decrease the bitrate. Because when I do YouTube videos on my channel and I edit stuff, it's usually, like a 5-minute video. I can make a rather large file and it's okay. So I recorded at like a 60,000 bitrate, which when we had a 75-minute podcast was a huge file to upload to Nelson. So I had to re-render that, and then I discovered that Premiere Pro that he used to edit doesn't support AV1 files, so then I had to re-render it again and send it to him. So it took several hours longer than it should have just for me to get him the file. So here come the galleys, and a deletion of the dock. The dock block has been deleted. The river has been undammed, and now the fires from Ganji gonna struggle against this number of galleys. So this was Sitau's plan. Just camp in the docks, wait until the opportune moment, and then move out. And face Malay fires on the water with Korean galleys. He's gonna chase down 2 galleys and trap them. Over here by Mihai's TC. Deleting the full HP dock over the half HP one. Alright, so more galleys for Sitaux. Clutching into Loom on the way. Mihai didn't even have Loom. He just FC'd without Loom. The boldness of this man. And he is the Turks. He had been sending 7 vills forward without loom. Yes, this is the sad part where we don't have the transport ship castle drop on the inside, but he is going for the forward castle, and if Sitaux then can get the water, you can transport ship petards in to snipe off the TC. Remember, this is sudden death. You have 1 town center, and if you lose it, you die. You are defeated. Oh, the demo! Nice demo from Sitaux. Doesn't really get much with that one shop. Does clean a lot of HP. If he has another demo that pops out of the dock, he's not going to be in time, though. Not going to be in time. And this was their plan. Okay, this was their plan. They're going to amass the galleys, the cheap galleys from the Koreans. They have that wood discount. It's the same as the Viking wood discount from AOC. Don't get a gold discount, but they get a wood discount. The castle is up, and they'll take out the palisade. And now the galleys can start hitting the TC. Valas needs to be careful here, and he probably needs his own defensive castle. There he goes. The castle, I think it needed to be on this side, because that would stop the path of the petards. Maybe the workshop does that too. But Sitaux not going to be able to stop the castle. Mihai taking the forward map control, making a Janissary. Ganji get a stone wall off his dock to make sure they lose the water, but they're not going to get transport ships. If Sitaux ever gets up, he could do turtle ships, but from what I've seen, turtle ships are useless now. Scout's not going to get in. If you like Cat from Mihai, what is that? They can sling. Anyone can sling anything. So Ganji slinging Valas. That is okay. The Amigos, I know usually BF doesn't have sling, but sling is allowed there. And Valas, as the Byzantines, is up to the Imperial Age. He's up to the Imperial Age. So the sling is to get the Byzantine player to Dromans. He's going to double dock now. And that's why he wasn't on the water. He was just focusing on this fast imp build. So he'll have double dock Droman production, as well as trebuchets, potentially even fast fire ships. And as long as he stays alive until then, he's going to clean this castle. So crazy imp time indeed. When I do a 3-vil start on Arena, I can usually pull off a 27 plus 2 plus 3 imp as the Byzantines. That gets you imp around 19-ish, mid-19s. And it's a build I had seen Viper do back in the Voobly days, and I think Masters of Arena 3? Yeah, Masters of Arena 3. And now Ganji just gonna stonewall everything. So he will full stonewall in the Feudal Age and keep slinging. Now, sling is heavily taxed in the Feudal Age. You end up paying 50% of the resources. So to send 100 resources to your ally, it costs you 150 of that resource. So the sling is very heavily taxed, 50% instead of the normal 30%. When you get to the Castle Age and do coinage, then it goes down to 10%, but in a feudal sling, this is expensive. Valas will need fires. He's opening with a Droman. You're opening with double Dromans and probably a Treb after that. You can even do chemistry and do bombard cannons. Lots of options for the Byzantines on the fast imp. And now if the Korean player doesn't have turtle ships, I don't know how they take the water from a Byzantine player who can go fast fire. But options now, he can Treb, he can Droman, and we'll see if he's able to get a Treb popping. We'll have a forward castle from Sitaux, and now they will double Ganji. Ganji who is committing to stone walls and towers. There will be a stone mine between the two players on this team. If he wants to go and take that, that should be safe, despite the water having an opening from the shallows. The light cav could come around here and maybe raid that. And now, not a great eco for Valas, because he did go straight for the fast imp on 1 TC, but he will have the sling from Ganji. Can the Turk castle range the Dromans with Bodkin? No it can't. No it can't. Dromans outrange Bracer castles. Castles can get up to 8 plus 3 for 11 range. Dromans have 12 range. So Treb plus 2 Dromans, that castle will go down, and now it becomes important for Sitaux to hold the water so that the Dromans cannot get to Mihai's TC. And a third Droman, and I think this is maybe the mistake where we didn't have the fire ship. The spear is going to use their attack bonus. Droman's going to go down, and this is an expensive loss for Valas to lose the Dromans. At the same time, though, that is expensive for Sitaux to lose all the war galleys and no longer have a water presence. So we'll see more Dromans from Valas. I think the safe thing would be to add some fast fires too, although converted fast fires would be devastating. That is surprisingly fine. Is this sudden death? Yes, this is sudden death. Artillery bombard towers are needed to range the Dromans. Mihai is up to Imp. He's up to Imp, and he will get free cannons. Can you actually just go bombard cannon if you're Mihai and dance with the Dromans using bombard cannons? If anyone played the campaigns, I'm sure you remember Joan of Arc 5, the Siege of Paris, where there's that one cannon galleon in the water, and you have to destroy it with bombard cannons, and it is annoying because it keeps dodging you. And you can't do anything about all the dodges. It's dodges, and it's worse than trying to play arena on the ladder. Go bombard towers and snipe the TC, ignore water. That's actually something you can do with the Turks. With artillery, bombard towers do a lot of damage to buildings. Orlando and I did that once. We did the Chukonu inside the Teuton bombard tower garrison on an arena 2v2. And that's you can have them shoot the maximum of 4 cannonballs, and you can shoot 4 cannonballs at once, and they actually demolish buildings. So a second castle. Does this castle range the TC? Maybe? Maybe? Does he need one more upgrade? Just chat having differing opinions on if this is a no or a yes. By the fact it's not shooting it, it's taking the tower out first. I'm going to say yes, yes it can, yes it can. There we go. If any one player loses the town center, nope, the other teammate can keep playing. If one TC goes down, the other teammate can keep playing. We tell the players in that situation they have to leave the voice call, because they can't, to prevent situations where they observe the map and tell what the other player is going on. But yes, they can keep playing and try to win 1v2. And we almost had that happen. Kamigawa almost pulled off a 1v2 when Vodka died and had to actually be an observer. So Valas, where are the Trebs? Oh, he sent a Treb to Ganji. Valas sent a Treb to Ganji. Ganji has to repair his TC. This TC cannot go down. He can't let that go down. No repair vills on the forward castle from Sitaux, so this castle will go down. Castle will go down, and that'll alleviate the pressure from the TC. The Byzantine player on the water with fast fires. Monks are going to be incredibly annoying. Nice attack ground from the Dromans. Beautiful use of the Dromans from Valas. A micro there, as the other fires will go down. Low HP, and they go down. And he can attack. That's true. Here we can pack the Treb, move it forward, and attack the second castle. And the Treb, the nice thing about the Treb is it's going to have a huge line of sight. And we can even see that as it moves forward. Will it see the workshop? Ooh, just missed the workshop. Pile away from seeing that. It'll be a ram push along with this. Now on the water, we still have Valas dominating. Droman rush the TC. When did Mihai join Taiwan? After Fox disbanded. After Fox disbanded. Sebastian then joined Wonders. Mihai joined Taiwan AoE Gaming. Monk's going to be burned to a crisp. I think they got one conversion though. Still more fires from Sitaux, and this is where not being able to make demos and not being able to make turtle ships really hurts the Koreans, because turtles were their answer to fires. And yeah, he could make them, but now they are much weaker against fires than they were in the past. There's a few demos even, and now, ooh, actually what I think Valas could do is he could dock block over here, And then that leaves Mihai alone to deal with the Dromans. Or Valas could just go for Sitaux. Sitaux doing everything he can to defend. We have a forward castle from Valas. Lots of cannons and gunpowder, though, from Mihai. Also, I was going to try to get to the monks again. Dromans don't really do the same damage to land units like a Mangonel does. Mihai to do the bombard tower creep. I don't think he can afford artillery yet. Yeah, no artillery yet for the Turks. A bit of a doubt castle situation here, but the Treb is forward now for Sitaux, or for Valas against Sitaux. War wagons and rams on the other side against Ganji. Has to be careful that he still is in the feudal age going for the sling. And hand cannoneers trying to turn this into a doubt castle. Valas base. Valas base, there are hand cannoneers in the back of Valas's base. Where did that happen? Oh, they came in from the back. Okay, the hand cannoneers walked around and got into the back of Valas's base, but there is a defensive Mangonel. Mihai is not microing. And they will go down. That Janissary has 1 HP left. Down he goes. Hussar still on the lumber camp. PC still being defended. This is a doubt castle. This 98.66%. Valas had to turn around to defend his base, and at the same time, this castle is denied. And somehow the Byzantines with fast fires are not winning on the water. They've been there for a long time. There's a lot going on this map. And Ganji desperately trying to defend against the ram push, but in the feudal age, he cannot make mangonels over the wall. He needs 1 mangonel, and somehow they need to get 1 villager to tap that castle foundation now, as the Koreans have enough fires that this is working, and Ganji's going to call the GG as the Vils run forward. As they run forward, and the TC will go down on the other side with the bombard cannons from Mihai. Clearing the TC from Valas. GG. So much happening on this map all at once. Okay, so they went for the Byzantine fast imp sling approach. I still feel like this castle just needed to be on the right. And Sage of Age, thank you for the follow. I think what our base was saying early on, that they needed fast fires rather than Dromans, was probably the right play. If they have Trebs to remove the castle and then just amass some fires on the water, then long term maybe they do better on the water. Alright, so that is walled. But Valas died. And Silver Python, thank you very much for using your Prime. Why didn't he just go for Mihai's TC? Maybe he was afraid of monks? There probably was a point where he had a few Dromans he could have sailed down and just gone for the TC. Mihai would have had to send everything to repair and hope that he could take out the Dromans somehow. I think the answer is just Sitaux. He just somehow never was out of it on the water. Could make enough fires just to survive. Is it meta? I don't think there is a meta on this map. I think we're going to see tons of crazy builds. Alright, they're in the lobby for the next game, so let me just tab around on the overlay. Alright, that's 2-0. Let's see if they remember to turn sudden death off. Well, they will be insta-defeated if they don't turn it off, so they will figure it out right away. I hope we're going to see Zawal. So that was Koreans and Turks winning against Malay and Byzantines. And And the next map will indeed be as a wall. So wonderful taste in maps. A hot cow, thank you for the follow. Thanks for the YouTube stream. Well, I hope you enjoyed the podcast. Oh, and we were hitting a high for the viewers so far in the tournament, 111 on YouTube. What a laughably wonderful number, 111. So that's another 400 on Twitch, so we're over 500 viewers. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you are enjoying this. And again, we have another set coming up at 17 GMT. That'll be Hearttt and Liereyy against Capoch and Lucho. Tomorrow's you and your brother's game in the tournament. Oh, you're playing the community tournament? Well, good luck. Is Sling usually is still banned. I took a bit of a different approach where I felt like if we taxed it more, it will be still an option, but we didn't have to ban it outright. Because I think there are situations where you need to throw down that panic tower or a panic castle, and slinging stone from one player to another is a nice option to have. I didn't want to have to do admin situations if that occurs. And sometimes the sling still can lead to interesting strategies. But with the higher tax, I think it's not overpowered like we saw in that game. Or yeah, there's a situation where you're like you're kind of dead and trying to come back, and then the sling gives you another option rather than just rebooming. How low is the tax in post-imp? Coinage and banking have their normal effects, so 10% and 0%. Yeah, I know there were, I think, some Rage Forest issues where someone slung wood like 45 minutes into a game. And then there was an admin decision where the team somehow won the game despite one player having 2 vills, but then got an admin loss because he slung 100 wood. Is there situations, right? Like if you're like completely dead but have resources, you might sling them to your teammate and see if they can make a push. Was it in Sudden Disaster? So many tournaments going on. In Nations Cup, we lost 3-1 against Poland and then had to schedule again for Game 5 because they slung a game. Yes, after coinage, it's 10%. After coinage is 10%. Don Gopher. I can't change the percentage after the tech in the map script. I could with a data mod, but not in a map script itself. So we considered increasing that maybe to 30% after coinage or 20% after coinage, but it's not something I'm able to do directly in the maps. So we just left it as the standard effect, and Castle Age Sling itself usually isn't as problematic as Feudal Age Sling. So we weren't too worried about it anyway. Our base likes that it's just normal. Yeah, 50% tax doesn't mean you only send half. You have to send 100, you have to pay 150 to send 100. That's what it means. Is Sling really that good? Like you still pay tax, so you always have better to spend yourself? Well, not necessarily, because if you think about what you're spending it on, it's not just units, but also production buildings and researches. So instead of having 2 players need to commit to production buildings and technologies, you only have 1 player do it, and they get to that faster, or they can reinvest the resources in ways that 1 player can't when it's split up. You can also do faster imps like we saw in that game, and get access to trebuchets or the longer range siege that can allow for different styles of pushes, and get it at a timing that isn't possible if you're just collecting yourself. Cartographers are going to use Sling against Maesty. Yeah, Turs did message me about one map where they thought that the Sling wasn't taxed. And he freaked me out because it was taxed, and he was just mistaken. Alright, so game number 3. Tag is up 2-0 over the Amigos, and we'll have Ganji with the Scout luring in the Boar. And it will be Burmese and Portuguese against Berbers and Spanish. So I don't quite know how they deal with organ guns. I think organ guns could be a problem, but otherwise, maybe Inquisition monks actually against organ guns. There's a lot of this, it's part of the game and adds a lot of strategies. I think so too. We don't want to have the old Age of Sling the Mayans, but I think it's nice to have some other strategies be possible. So this is the wall, and I will double check that all of the resources spawned. Yes. Yesterday we had a game where I had made updates to the map pack. I spent a lot of time testing the wall to make sure that golds were not missing. And then we had a game and a gold was missing, and I realized I had forgotten to include the wall in the copy and paste when I updated the map mod and uploaded it to the website. But now it is indeed version 2 of Zawal, and everything is good, and everyone has their golds. It's all there. Very close together, though, but I guess that can happen. How's the seed distribution made? If you look at the tournament handbook, we have a formula for it. We have a formula for it. I know people are going to be asking about that, but it was to encourage people to play on the team game ladder. So there will be, if you look at how the bracket actually unfolded, maybe we just got lucky, but I think it actually worked out really well, because we had essentially the top 4 teams last time would be kind of mapped onto the 2 GL teams, Yo and Lix, and Hearttt and Liereyy, and they're all in separate parts of the bracket. So whether they're the high seed or the low seed for the matchup doesn't really matter so much as the matchups they get. So I think it actually worked out pretty well in the end for us. If you subscribe to the mods, you don't need to re-download after I update them. You probably need to restart the game once or twice to force the game to update the mod. But yeah, you don't need to go and re-download again. Yeah, the keyword is should. Remember, we are dealing with AoE2 DE. And we might get a thanks DE moment.
See?
So, we could see monks here. Our speculation of where would this team use their Teutons pick, I had suggested Zawal, did not end up coming true. I was thinking Teutons could be an anti-monk defense against potential Burmese. Burmese and Portuguese, I wonder if they go double aggression with a Rambai plus organ guns. Portuguese still a great fast imp civ themselves if they go for the Fetorias. Ganji about to make all the monks. Hello, T90. Yeah, T90 also getting ready for the Silver League. He's going to be playing a set this week too. And Gigafy and Emote, look at that. That's a big monk. And they announced the Great Wall of China map was being added to the game. Oh my gosh, I should have maybe themed the wall to be like Great Wall of China themed for the DLC. That would have been a nice idea. And hello, Bazi. Yes, just in time for some Zawal. Shout out to Bazi in the Twitch chat. He is the original author of this map. And it is, I think, one of the most wonderful maps we've had added to AoE 2 since DE came out. So behind this wall, one wall is not enough. Players are going to be walling up towards the wood line, and we see that here from Valas, also from Ganji, making sure that if the wall is breached, they have another area to which they can fall back. We'll see that from Mihai as well, starting out towards the wood line. And I have to say, the thing, as great as the map is, the thing I think I like most about it is just the wood lines around the edges, and how they look fun with all the little passages in them. The way Bazi mixed the wood lines in the terrain is amazing. The map definitely has a quite unique gameplay. Yes, it does. Although I think the best game we've had so far was that Jungle Rumble game, another one of Bazi's maps, between the Nocturna teams. So Market Blacksmith there from Sitaux, but our Amigos players are up. They're up. We'll have gold, forward vills to the gold for Valas. These vills, they have loom. They do not have loom, so Bazi might strike with the Komodo dragons. We learned 10 TC booming against double aggression is not the way to go the other day. Predators are a must on any Bazi map. Yeah, Bazi likes players to suffer. That's what we learned. Is there loom? There's no loom, but they will double team the Komodo dragon, and Ganji will go for 2 monasteries. So 2 monastery monks along with a workshop. Now the tricky thing about monk rushing on this map is you actually have a lot of mobility, because outside of the wall it is extremely open, and if someone were to breach the wall and send some military beyond it, you don't get a notification, because this is a Gaia wall. You don't get an attack notification, and you don't get vision of it unless you're going to start putting outposts everywhere. So you can be very surprised by breaks around the side. And if you go Organ Gun plus Monk, then you can limit yourself in your mobility and get stuck in the middle of the map and not be able to respond. So no castles yet, no castle ages yet from Sitaux and Mihai. We'll see where they go to place them. Oh, that is a Loomless Vill running into a Komodo dragon. And down it goes. First time you saw this map was Walhalla. Yeah, this is definitely a clown map. So Mangonel pushing forward. He'll take out some walls. And Castle will break through too. And Organ Guns are on the way. So Monk, Mangonel, Organ Gun. Double Castle defense here. Sitaux and Mihai. And I wonder if this could be a double fast imp attempt from Ganji and Valas. Portuguese definitely do like fast imping because of the Fetorias. Ganji might just try to get there for the monks. And if you look at the castle ranges, that is a lovely house from Sitaux, blocking the passage between these 2 castles. They each need fletching so that their ranges will cover the middle. That is a lovely house, and now they're just going to wall the middle of it. House OP. Now wall the middle, and if they both do fletching, if they both do bodkin, the ranges actually will overlap. But the houses are placed, the static defenses are there, and now with the castles having their positions revealed, Ganji will go to the side and try to mangonel his way through the wall, give this team another way to push, even adding in a ram now. Mihai build is better. Hey, which of these architectures? These are all 3 new architectures. Do y'all like more for the castles? Here we have the Spanish castle, Portuguese castle, and the Berber castle. Zoom that out slightly. The chat's probably blocking it there. So Imp on the way from Mihai. Imp on the way from Mihai, as you said, nice build from Mihai. 31 vills and he's up to Imp. If he could do Inquisition somehow, and then went donkeys, I would love that with block printing. I like the Spanish castle. Verb is cool. Portuguese is the best. Okay, we got different opinions here. Portuguese is a bit too Disney. I feel like the Portuguese, maybe there's something weird about the lighting. This side is extra bright, this side is kind of shadowy. This one feels like it fits the lighting scheme of the game maybe a bit more. Same as this one. These feel like maybe there's something a bit too stark in the difference between those two sides. Anyway, here comes the push. Here comes the push. Atonement on the way for Ganji. Now, Mihai could go up, do atonement and block printing, and it's really hard to fight Imperial Age monks with Castle Age monks because of the 3 range difference. Yeah, there's a lot of camel archers, but against this push, I don't think the camel archers will be able to do too much. And this is the important part for the amigos, having the secondary layer of wall behind this. So if these walls have units that run through them, they're not going to be able to hoover inside the economy. They'll each have some stone and gold in the back they can take, and then some resources under their forward castle that they can take safely. So the stone walls being mangonelled down. I don't think, how expensive is Inquisition? 100, 300 is not that expensive, honestly. Mihai goes monks, that would be a really nice option for him. So tower to slow down the push. That won't stop it, but it will slow it down. You believe Ganji can out-micro Inquisition. You're trusting in Ganji's monk micro. Sitaux lost the market. Ooh, the market was... Is that a converted market? Yeah, he can't sling anymore. He wasn't slinging in the first place, though. He was using the market, but not slinging. Now he's rebuild another one. Hill goes down. Ram is going for the tower. Have to be careful not to mangonel your own ram. Have to go for the vills. The tower goes down, and monks with redemption can convert the mangonels. Remember, the redemption monk is the best siege unit in the game. Just can't really deal with the TC. Ooh, the ram blocking the TC fire to keep the monks alive. Oh, Ganji, expert at monk micro. Absolute expert. Now, the organ guns have to be careful, as the mangonels will massacre them. The organ guns have to go back. They've killed quite a few vills, but now they're going to go down to the mangonels. Monks not here to defend them. That tower keeping the monks away. Monks will come over. You can't heal them, but you can repair them. And it'll be Imperial Age monks now for Mihai. He'll be screaming 2v1 on the ladder now. Maybe one of those... Oh, we have redemption monks. Mangonel is going to be converted, then converted back, deleted maybe? While some monks going down. The conversion didn't come in, and it's just... killed by the organ guns, deleted? That's a lot of monks going down. Even with Sanctity, they went down pretty fast. And the tower stays up. That's going to do a lot to slow the push. And Mihai now with his monks. Now that the mangonels are in a defensive position from Sitaux, Mihai might just be able to hold this himself. The push has been stopped. Oddly enough, though, behind this, the amigos have boomed. Ganji has swapped to booming. He now has 96... Or the team now has 97 vills to 57. And yeah, they will trip down the castle, but it's a slow army of monks and mangonels and just a couple of camel archers right now. They have no momentum going forward for a push, and we have Imperial Age on the way for Valas. Oh, he didn't have Loom. No Loom. Yeah, okay, he has Loom now, but that... Okay, if you see organ guns coming into your economy, click Loom. Definitely click Loom. Yeah, 1 HP on those vills. They are lucky. Organ guns could have done much more. What's the eco KD? Oh, 3-0 eco KD. And with all those almost dead vills, those mangonels got there just in time to save the vills. That could have been... Oh, wait, no, never mind. I'm looking at Ganji. Never mind, they didn't. It's Valas with 16 vill kills. It's Valas with 16 vill kills. Remember, this is a team game, not just a 1v1. So Valas with 16 vill kills. And okay, the organ guns did devastate Sitaux's economy. And now they need to hold... and then somehow stop Imperial Age monks that now have Inquisition. And we might just have a forward castle from Sitaux to hold the monks. Now, as much as the monk is the best siege unit in the game, he cannot convert a monastery. He can, though, convert a house. Now, 111 vills to 63 vills. Monk going for a conversion on the house. Treb going for the TC. Let's see if Valas can repair. I think this is very expected. This is the Imp TC, of course it is. It's his only TC, and he desperately needs to repair that to make sure he gets to the Imperial Age. He will get there, though. But that was very dangerous for a moment. Valas needs a defensive castle to defend his gold and his woodline. That castle doesn't go up and he completely dies. The castle will at least keep the monks away. And we're going to have an aggressive castle drop from Sitaux right on Ganji's face. Ganji does not have any stone. What happened to that castle? What happened to that castle? The castle got one shot by an organ gun? The castle's not going to go up for Sitaux. The castle was destroyed. There's no stone left. Usually if Vills are building it, it takes a mangonel shot to destroy that. Wow. Oh, he put it on Valas? Did he delete that and put it on Valas? Okay, no, never mind. Okay, we didn't miss that. Okay. I was nervous there for a moment. False alarm. He deleted it and he put it on Valas. That's what he did. Okay, I was worried for him there. Okay, it's okay. So, big Treb war from Valas now. Ganji with 72 Vills. Ganji with more Vills than the other team combined. He's just stuck in the Castle Age needing to make a light cav. I mean, I wish we had a difference in the removal of building animations between being destroyed and deleted. So, ooh, nice micro on the camel archers. There comes a point when camel archers just get to numbers where you can't fight them with light cav. Bloodlines and armor on the way. And Ganji, I feel like Ganji is now just going to spam light cav. And yeah, 5 stable light cav. And their goal is to keep Valas' castle alive, so that eventually the light cav can kill monks. What does Ganji have? He does not have heresy. He does have devotion. Is this enough to kill the monks? There are a lot of conversions that could come in here. He is devoted. And he does snipe a few monks, but at the cost of light cav, is he gonna clean this? He will clean everything. Yes, and a Treb goes down. Vills weren't repairing. And this has been stalled out. 1 forward castle is gone. Another Treb on the way for Valas. And with 3 Trebs, there are not going to be enough repair Vills to keep the castle up. In total, there are, what, 9 plus 4 Vills that won't out-repair 3 Trebs. And the castle should be able to defend the Treb against monk conversions. Trebs have lots of pierce armor. They don't really care about the camel archers. And on the other side, Ganji has gotten the light cav forward. Mihai desperately walling off, but not going to get that up in time. And he is raiding. That is a market. He's not raiding Sitaux, he's raiding Mihai. That is a market in Sitau's base. And this wall, the light cav are in, and that's not going to be finished. Ganji microing to keep it open, and now he is on the gold. Ganji is everywhere with light cav now. The Trebs now up to 4 Trebs for Valas, taking out the castle. And how does that castle not have any damage? Because he's going for the Treb, maybe. The Treb goes down. This castle and all the Trebs stay alive, and I think the Amigos are going to do it. Keep their hopes alive. As the light cav raids are everywhere, cleaning the forward Vills even from Sitaux, as the castle with 1 more volley will collapse. We looked at the architectures, we can look at the destruction animation. As I think the new architectures have new destruction animations. Oh, we get a pause halfway through the destruction. We can appreciate the castle as it crumbles, and there's the GG, and the Amigos take a game. Ganji in the back of the light cav, exploring Bazi's little nooks and crannies on the edge. Oh, this was never walled. This is me. I didn't even need those walls. This was open. The market's still there from Ganji. And yeah, GG well crumbled. As the camel archers and monks are there in despair. And how many conversions did we have? I mean, 32 conversions for Mihai. But the decision to boom behind this instead of committing all to the 1-in push from Ganji was great when they recognized the fast imp from Mihai. And realized that he would have to defend, and they had just enough time to boom and go light cav. I was so worried when I saw that castle go down from the delete. I thought it had been sniped. Okay, so this overlay 2 to 1. And 1 is a wall, and we'll have Arabia and Forest Ponds as the remaining maps for tag. And that was a win for the Portuguese and the Burmese, and then a loss for the Berbers and for the Spanish. Keeping it interesting. So what map will it go with now? It will be Chicken Arabia, so if we have a game 5, it'll be Forest Pond. So we'll look for Arabia saves from them. Here we go. Also, the lawn care crew is mowing the lawn outside my apartment now. So if the mic picks up some of that, my apologies. Our base wants to see Forest Pond. Well, we'll have to get a game 5 to see Forest Pond then. There's a guy with a riding lawnmower. All the grass outside is dead. What does he even have to cut? Hello, Dinyas on YouTube. Also, 132 viewers on YouTube. Hope you all are enjoying the 4K stream. It took a bit of work for me to get that set up, but I think I figured out putting the fan by my router to cool it down means it doesn't overheat, and I haven't gotten any drops since I've done that. My router, that seemed to be, I was getting internet drops the other day. And it seemed to have just been my router overheating because I think the fan has fixed the problems. Alright, so between Twitch and YouTube, we have about 650 viewers. As we load into Chicken Arabia. And Metrog, thank you for the follow. I don't know why the score reset. I just had... It was 2 to 1 when I was loading in. Anyway, welcome to Chicken Arabia. Game number 4. This is the home map of Tag. And if we go to game 5, they will have Forest Pond as their remaining home map. Thank you, Photogenic Rat, for the follow. We will have to the western side of Arabia, Ganji as the Ethiopians and Valas as the Franks. And thank you, Watermullins, also for the follow. On the other side, Malians from Mihai as an Archer Civ. And Khmer for Sitaux. Could the Malians be played as a scout into Camel Civ on Chicken Arabia? Now this is Arabia with chickens, as the name would imply, with no deer. So it could be maybe a bit tricky for the Archer players to play a normal 2-range feudal 18 pop like we see these days. Maybe Mihai could be thinking about scouts. We did see double scouts attempted in some other sets. Ethiopians, Franks. Well, I don't know if I'd call it classic. It's a very DE combo. let's say. The classic Arabia save would be Hun's Mayans, or Arabia pair. And so Sitaux has his scout forward, and Valas picks up his sheep. And the more he fights the scout in the Dark Age, the better. You want to fight it before it gets the HP boost in the Feudal Age. Now, the meta on a normal Arabia with deer is one civ goes scouts, the other civ goes archers. Both of you click up at around 18 or 19 pop, and then you try to combo your two armies together. What happens with the chickens? I don't know. We have, long distance chickens from Ganji. If you build a drop site, a farm, a mill, a lumber camp, or a mining camp, whatever resource your villager is carrying is deposited when you finish it. So even though these villagers have 35 food each, when he finishes the mining camp, they will drop that off. And then they can start mining gold. And he'll use that to try to get the food to click up. So loom after this vill as he's finishing his boar. So looks like just a standard archer build from Ganji. Ethiopians, because they get that extra gold when they hit feudal, can leave one on gold. Although that does leave you vulnerable maybe just to some hoovering Dark Age scouts. How about chicken nothing? Just make 4 different chickens. The food chicken, the wood chicken, the gold chicken, and the stone chicken. Now the game has 3 different types of wild chickens. Now Ganji just taking as much chicken food as he can. Not going to do a mill. We'll save all the wood he can, take the stragglers, and leave 1 on gold. And meanwhile, okay, there is gold for Mihai. I was hoping we might see double scouts, but no, it's just going to be archers from him as well. Taking the hill, doing the house forward, can wall up there, wall to the edge of the map. And, oh, wait, never mind. It's not going to be straight double ranges. It's going to be militia. You'd never see this on Deer Arabia, but on Chicken Arabia, we have militia. And Ganji is going to be running into some trouble on that wood line. One vill goes down. Can he get the quick wall up? He can. Can he wall the rest of the wood line? Can do 1 tile there, does a gate, and it works. Oh, can he trap them? Can he trap them? A wall on this side. Can he do a wall over here? If this were Viper, this army would be trapped. Ganji should be great at the quick walls too. He has the wood. Doing his barracks now. But he did lose a vill, and he needs to make sure the gate is locked. Yep, that's a DE feature. You can lock the gates while they're under construction now. The double frush. I think this is, yeah, there he goes, locking them in. That's what I was waiting for. Ganji, he knows how to quick wall, he knows how to play Alcatraz. And now the Drush is trapped. Mihai overstaying his welcome at the lumber camp. And Ganji will do a range. It'll probably just be 1 range for now. But he just needs to repair that wall and keep the army trapped. So 40 wood invested into the gates, but I think this is still going to pay off if the archers come out and can clean the militias. Meanwhile, we do have a mill on the chickens from Sitaux, who also has milled his berries, and he'll just be going scouts. Just normal Chimera things, going scouts. We'll have Valas as the Franks player also doing a stable. Well, what is the stable doing on this side of his base and not forward? I don't know, but okay. Doing some scouts. And now range from... Wait, what is Mihai doing going up this late? He's not going to fast castle, is he? Well, I guess 4 militia is a big investment. And 4 militia is a big investment to be trapped like this. Yeah, well, it was 4 militia. Oh, he trapped both scouts. He trapped 4 militia and both scouts. The scouts from both players are trapped. And here comes an archer. Oh, Ganji. Maybe that's why he didn't do the trap right away. He was just waiting for the opportune moment to trap everything. So Mihai is up to feudal now, and as his trapped army is killed, we'll have a scout fight over here. And remember, advantage for Valas in the scout fight because his scout wasn't trapped. And we still have Ganji with his scout alive, just scouting, because why not? And Franks will have the early advantage in HP on their scouts. 1 vill repairing faster than 6 units attacking. You repair enough with the gates and that's how it works. You really do need range units to break even gates. And, oh, he's going to delete the walls and take out the last militia. And mill his berries. And now he's walled up. And Ganji, all in all, investment-wise, I would guess that that is good for him. Despite losing the Veil, he needed to spend wood on the gates, but Mihai invested into all of those militia. Mihai is going to make up for it, though, by going for 3 ranges. So behind all of this, he has not been harassed at all, and he can do an immediate 3 ranges and a blacksmith. So he bought himself time to start amassing archers, and Ganji is still on 1 range. I wish we had the res collected stats for team games. So if he can maintain production on those 3 ranges, he will start to pull ahead in numbers over Ganji. I have to remember though, Malians. Oh, this Ganji goes for another gate. Wait, are these scouts trapped now? Can they get out? They can get out here, right? Yeah, they can get out. Ganji, you need another house. He almost got 4 scouts trapped there. Oh wait, no, this is Valas. Sorry, this is Valas, not Ganji. This is Valas. I saw the walls, and it's a different player. Spear goes for a poke. Can't quite get the scouts though. And now with the timing, the scouts are forward for Valas. And as much as we do have the 3-range production from Mihai, he's not going to be in time to hit the archers of Ganji as they start doing damage. However, though Sitaux is the Khmer, he can hide in his houses. It is really hard to damage a Khmer player. And in the long run, you do have to bear in mind that when Bloodlines comes in, it will be 65 HP on the scouts for Sitaux versus only 54 if Franks don't have Bloodlines. And they will be at an HP disadvantage in the long run. Now, though Ganji has scattered the 3 ranges, he's going to do a blacksmith and stay on 1 range. And he might need skirmishers here. He's already towered the gold. And oh, nice pick. The scouts are not in tune with the archers. And Sitaux will find the archers with his scouts. Valas tries to come over, but not going to be in time to save the archers. He got stuck attacking a villager too. And he's even going to be down in scout numbers compared to Sitaux there. Sitau's going to wait for the armor. Fletching was not yet in for Ganji. All that disruption stopped him from getting fletching. Mihai's going to camp under that tower. That's going to make it really hard to micro, but it will delay the gold from Ganji, as armor will come in from Mihai, and he's going to go very aggressive and feudal. Xing on the map from Valas. Yep, exactly. You need 100 or more to be Bloodline's level of health. It is 20%. Instead of a flat plus 20. Well, now it's Mihai's turn to be out of position as the scouts from Valas come over, and his archers will die on this hill. Bloodlines on the way for Sitaux, so there's that Bloodlines upgrade we were talking about, just about to come in. On the other side, a few scouts chasing around as the spears come over. And the walls will go up, but just in time to keep the archers out. Not enough HP on them to hold for long, though. And that will go down, and now 2 armies will start to hoover around Valas' base, as he is very quickly going to throw up a defensive double market wall. That's not even going to be enough. The scouts will just run on in, the Vil goes down, and Valas is in a lot of trouble now. Ganji's archers are nowhere to be found. So despite the cleanup, it's actually a much smoother build from Mihai after losing the militia. What he accomplished was he had a very clean base. Maybe Ganji needed to go for a stone wall instead of a palisade if he was feudal and trapping them so he didn't lose the wood. And this does now seem to be very over. Vils are going down. They were not able to do enough damage to Sitaux when they had the advantage before Mihai was up. And the Amigos are in a lot of trouble now. Our base's dream of seeing Forest Pond might come to an end. This is indeed a best of 5. But Ganji's up to castle, so too is Mihai. Knowing Ganji's up, they might not say GG right away. Oh, more Vils going down. You know, 87 to 69 Vils. Valas has been absolutely devastated. Lost his scouts and then had both armies come in. Is that chapter 6 or it really is a loss? Well, it's a single elimination tournament, so I'm gonna say yes. No Wooden Spoon League this time. The lowest community league is called the Scout League, Soxy. The highest level community league. Yeah, so in addition to the main event, as everyone's up to castle and Valas is still dying, we are running community events. So for all ELO levels, and we came up with Cartographers related names for the leagues, like Explorer, or Discoverer, or Trailblazer. The lowest league is Scout, and of course the highest level league, the only possible name for that is Pathfinder. And thank you, Radio, for the follow. Radio GM. And Crossbow Bodkin on the way. This is an elimination map, so the teams won't give matches, so they won't give up right away. And thank you, Waka Airy 2 times 23. You have some math in your name. I like it. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, Burls is with Dogao, indeed. Well, there's the GG, as now Ganji's gonna die too. And impressive showing by Tag? I thought the Amigos almost had that sudden death game. But smoothly played on Shaken Arabia. And Viper Cream, thank you for using your Prime. That's 24 kills for Sitaux, 23 for Mihai, and despite having his 4 militia Drush trapped in with his ally's scout, I think maybe the eco collected screen shows that pretty well, as that Drush period would have been around here, and you can see Mihai smoothly at home going up later, has the eco added in. He disrupted the very fast archer build at a time before the ranges went in. And Lennart, birthday party. We are watching with 5 guys your stream. Okay, we'll have a fun birthday. Have a fun birthday. I don't know. Are you saying you have 5 people watching, or are you watching from a 5 guys eating some burgers and fries and peanuts? Mihai, thank you for the raid and congrats on your win. You raided just in time to watch me go to the other scoreboard and give you that final point. So Mihai will continue with Sitaux into the next round, winning Chicken Arabia. And what were those civs? It's Ethiopians and Franks losing to Malians and Khmer. Interesting Malians build on that map. We didn't get to see Teutons played anywhere. Watching while eating cake. Well, congrats. Happy birthday. Hello, Crispy Bacon. So, we have about 2 hours until the next map. Oh, and thank you very much for the sub. That'll help count towards Partner Plus. We have about 2 hours until the next match. And that was amazing. We had, like, over 700... We had almost 700 viewers for that. I will say it is... Wonders B versus... Hearttt and Liereyy at 17 GMT. And I think we will 2 hours of Panda Rock. Oh yeah, guys, if you haven't seen this, I need to show you the Panda Rock. Okay, we'll check the bracket. Let me show you the Panda Rock first. The Panda Rock is a new object that was added in the patch and the DLC. This is the Panda Rock, if you haven't seen it yet. It's little cute pandas on a rock. Let's add in the vision. Can't zoom in anymore in 4K. I'm limited this close, but look at him go. Look at him go. He's going to try to make the jump and get onto that rock. There he goes. Does he make it? Oh, he doesn't make it. He's just gonna walk up and climb around here. And he'll jump down there. And he'll appear over here again. That was really fast. There he goes. He'll climb around. And it's this little looping animation with pandas on a rock. I put a couple of these in a couple of the maps. And there he goes one more time. Maybe he'll make it this time. Maybe he'll make it. Will he make it, chat? Can he climb up? Oh, no, he doesn't make it. Anyway, that was the Panda Rock. that was the Panda Rock. $50 DLC where they make the jump. You should be a game producer. Alright, so let's go check out the bracket. Thank you, Arborgamo, for the follow. And let me see, I will have the bracket somewhere. Clumsy pandas. Yeah, so brackets. Using a good old challenge bracket here. And I can update the score live. Here we are. This fits. There's my display capture. There we are. All right. So we can update the score live. This is our first set, and it will be 3-1. Nope, 31. No, 3-1. 3-2-1, go. Submit. And tag. Winning over the Amigos. So this is... Our next set will be Hearttt and Liereyy against Wonders B. So people are going to ask, how was this seeded? Let me pull up the handbook real quick. Here we go. Show off the handbook. Right. So we have a formula. It's bigger for the stream. We have a formula. It was seeded by a combination of your team game elo, your tournament elo, and your 1v1 elos, current and highest achieved. You have a nice, fun math expression. Essentially, it's the average of your top 2 team game elos serves as a multiplier, as does your tournament elo. And thank you, Sitaux. And that all gets thrown into that formula. And the brackets are seeded like this. This is Andy and Lewis grinded the team game ladder and were the #1 seed. I was thinking of taking this round and reseeding it once all the teams won the play-in by just the tournament elo. But then I also came to the conclusion that that doesn't really matter, because the only thing you get from being a higher seed at this point is to choose which position you are in the draft. And like whether Hearttt and Liereyy really should be the higher matchup against Wonders B, I don't think it really matters, and I'm fine with rewarding teams on the team game ladder just by having a spot in that matchup by having the draft pick. And it is maybe unfortunate that you're a top team and you have to face Hearttt and Liereyy in the first round, but then you could always end up, if we reseed it, you might just be the lower seed against Hearttt and Liereyy. Is that written using LaTeX? Yes, it is. It's on my website. If you check out the tournament Discord, you'll see the handbook. So thank you, Sitaux, for the raid. Hope that you enjoyed playing, and congrats on moving on to the next round. People are asking about the formula, so that is the formula. Send your energy to Lucho and Capoch. They will need it. So yes, Lucho and Capoch will be coming up next. Let me edit my YouTube title. I'll leave the YouTube title how it is, maybe. I think that's fine. And I think we'll just maybe cast a game or two. We have a couple hours in between. That's 17 GMT. So what do we want to look at before we get going? One of them on Northern Isles. What is this map pool? And oh, thank you, Don Gopher, for the donation. That'll add another $50 to the prize pool. Thank you very much. Would you rather see Rage Forest or Amazon Tunnel? Which of those would you rather see, chat? Rage Forest or Amazon Tunnel? Or we could see a 2v2 on Arabia. That might be more fitting. Want to see Rage Forest? We'd also watch a 2v2. Rage, I think people want Rage Forest. Some people want Amazon Tunnel. Oh, some people want Tunnel. You're true. I ignored the message, and I should have read the message. Let me bring that back up. Let me read the message. So I think we'll go to Tunnel is a rare treat. There's no Forest Nothing game going on. Well, let's do Amazon Tunnel. There's not enough Amazon tunnels in the world. I'm sure this game will be crazy. And Zusik, thank you for the follow. And I was going to read this donation message. I like the tournament. Please bribe Nilly for Cartographers 3. Okay. Bribe Nilly. I don't want to distract Nilly too much. He has pathfinding to fix. But yeah, turn the scoreboard off. And the next set will be at 17 GMT. And here's Amazon Tunnel. Enjoy the tunnel, the walling, the forward barracks. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 barracks. The barracks from everyone. This isn't wall in Amazon Tunnel. This is feudal fight in the middle Amazon Tunnel. Yeah, Cartographers 3 when the pathfinding's fixed.
Prepare to train a large army. I will send you as many resources as I can spare.
I saw Cloud streaming earlier. He might be streaming his point of view. And you have Z40. Z40 will be playing with MBL and Sorakuma. Their set will be against Viper, Jordan, and Tato. So tough set for them. I like how the forest maps are always the most aggressive. Isn't Michi the most aggressive? You just Khmer cut in the Castle Age and then boom, you're forward. So Scorpion time. Also, they were 30 minutes into this game when I joined it, so we have a bit of catching up to do. Rage Tunnel is the answer? Oh boy, are you giving me more map ideas? Rage Tunnel? That's a lot of scorpions. I mean, Wade is the Romans, though. Oh, there's even more scorpions in the Forward Workshop. There's 13 scorpions with feudal archers. Demon Sheep is the Portuguese. Now he has crossbows. What is this game of Amazon Tunnel? This is not a wall and boom fest. This is a scorpion madness push. Rams ramming the houses. Amazon Tunnel but water? Imagine if this was filled with mangrove shallows so we could have demos. Margugu made a map once. It was called Kingdom of Demos. He submitted it to RMS Cup 2. It didn't win, but it was one of the better submissions. Among the 99 or so entries we had. Amazon Funnel. Oh, and thank you, Kiyatasana, for the follow. Mangrove, that's true, Mangrove Jungle exists. That the map already kind of exists. Not Mangrove Tunnel, though. No one is an imp and we're 20 minutes. This is not your normal game of Amazon Tunnel. This is amazing. Oh, that Mangonel could have splattered scorpions if we got a shot off. So this is like 4v4 Arabia because we're all fighting in one spot. And thank you, Spriggan, for the follow. Shed isn't Kuman booming, he's Kuman night spamming. Oh, thank you, the goon for the follow. Middle amphibious terrain. I worry that would just become galleon play, though. Gotta be careful with that. You don't want to turn it into a water map. It's like when we added the fish on Acropolis for TTL and it became a water map. I don't know if I could do that to Amazon Tunnel. Imagine if everyone just had their own, like, their own personal shorefish pond, though, for booming. A small creek, maybe. Ooh, yeah, keep it limited. Amazon Tunnel, but trees only contain 1 wood. That's an idea. Remove galleon line. It'll make you play only civs that don't have galleon. Putting Baltic water in the middle. Soxy wanting Amazon water map. He's still not caught up. Yeah, Amazon Crossing. That is a nice name for a map, Amazon Crossing. Look at this pikeman. I mean, Viking pikeman. An imp as we got banking on the way. So the Vikings don't have a great late game unit composition for this type of map. So what Z40 is doing, researching banking and the eco upgrades, is he's just going to do trade. Farm, trade, wood, and economy. And it will be his job to sling the teammates that have better units, like the Romans, the Tatars, and the Portuguese. So as these pikemen begin to go down, you're going to see more of a 3v4 situation where the 3 are slung. Amazon Delta. We already have Nile Delta. Normally the Black Forest Amazon Tunnel stalemates start looking like trench warfare. This is way more mobile than usual. Yeah, we've been back and forth a bit. We're kind of coalescing on the siege onager encampment now. Around as these castles now start to clog up the passageway. What is that unit? Is that like a Keshik elite? Oh no, it's an elite steppe. Elite steppe lancers. Okay, big fight with the paladins and the Arbs and the onagers and everything. But that is a lot of scorpions. The castle needs to defend the scorpions from the onagers. Oh, that's a lot of paladins. The scorpions are going down. Oh, the scorpions are going down. How many scorpions was that from Wade? He's down to only 3. The Roman army has collapsed. And well, maybe this is why we saw such aggression. Because this team must have felt, yeah, we don't stand a chance in the late game with our army compositions. What about a 4v4 with mixed positions? That's something that you can do. It's tricky to pull that off well in a 4v4 though, because when one player dies, suddenly you have a 3v4 situation. And you can end games quickly, and I think it's kind of hard to get balanced games with that setup. Siege onager shots. The Teutons. You finally get to see Teutons. We were denied them in the previous set. Wait, Teutons, Ethiopians, Cumans, and Khitans. I don't know how well Khitans do late game, but they probably have a good economy. And then we have 3 siege onager civs, so 3 siege onager civs. As everyone's getting pushed back, we have more Viking pikemen. They are not going to do anything against all those arbalests. Siege onagers keep pushing forward. We might see some big splats on the scorpions. This has been a long-lasting game. Oh yeah, Tato. Koreans and Romans not having demos must be unfortunate for Tato. Little Snake Pit, Snake Forest from Special Map. See any tournament use? Maybe in a 4v4 tournament. That's a map I haven't seen played in a long time. I don't have any big tournament plans immediately right after this, but I'm open to ideas. I like the 2v2 team game format, and I know I would like to do another Nations Cup, more styled like NC23, having a lot of different teams involved. It's a wall, but said wall separates all players. I'm not sure how the wall spawns for like an FFA. I think it is grouped by teams normally. So now we have bombard towers built along the wall in defense. The mixing of architecture styles as one player walls and another towers. And oh, okay, never mind. Can't admire that as the walls are deleted. We have flaming camels. Flaming camels are set forth. And cannons taking out scorpions. Onagers taking out scorpions, being flattened. There go the scorpions. Not enough flaming camels in front, but cannons pushing back from Demon Sheep. This team has somehow managed to stabilize after losing the middle. That is a lot of bombard towers now. Gotta admire the lighting on the cannons, making them shine golden inside of the middle of those towers. Scorpions still forward, shooting everywhere with the scorpion bolts. Paladins run down. Onager comes forward. Need the castles with more range. I don't like Teuton bombard towers. That's true, maybe castles with more range would be better against the cannons. There's a lot of Ethiopian torsion engine cannons now. A lot of cannons from both. I mean, you get to a point where you have enough cannons and you can just tank damage and take out the Teuton castle. You just try to use other units to get it auto-firing at them. We're still speeding up. Notice the lack of elite Teutonic Knights. Ooh, that's true. That's where you should be spending the stone, on the elite Teutonic Knights. Taking out Trebs, cannons going down, workshop going down. We now have a good mass of scorpions again. 46 scorpions. Capture Age, I think, is struggling to handle the projectiles soon. Should cut all the force. Oh yeah. This team, they're cutting to make their trade. They're cutting to the side for trade. What is that? Lamellaire armor. Can someone tell me what that is? There has been, oh, there's another cut. There's another Siege Onager cut. And now the Steppies are in. They are in the trade. They're in the trade, a few Onagers, but that's it. Congrats on the turnout. Oh, hello. Welcome to the chat. Okay, the Flaming Camel's here to stop the Steppe Lancer raids. That is their only defense, their only speedy unit to run out there. Wait, it reflects the damage? It reflects arrows? What? How do you reflect arrows? I don't understand melee. Probably just melee damage it reflects, right? Well, reflect the damage back at the Flaming Camels. I guess that's the right unit to use against reflection. I realize it's Michi. Oh, it's not Michi. It's Amazon Tunnel. I don't know if that's better or worse. But we have 57 scorpions now. This is now just siege. I mean, pretty soon it's just going to be siege engines, and it won't even be like, oh, we have GGs. They have GGs. Okay, the game-ending raid. The game-ending raid was there. Thank you, Marlino, for the follow. I mean, is Age of Empires predicting the future now? As we have just siege onagers versus scorpions that are completely unmanned. It's like a drone warfare where the robots are fighting other robots. And Pony Down AoE, thank you for the follow. Is there a unit that deals negative damage? Well, there are two ways to answer that. One, Monk's Heal, so I guess that could be negative damage. And two, yes, every unit actually does -3 cav resistance damage. That's how the Ethiopian Or I guess every cav unit does that. That's how the Ethiopian
Yeah.
every cav unit will have -3 cav resistance. So that's how the Ethiopians with Royal Heirs, when that is reworked, they have -3 cav resistance armor, and that gets set to 0. So then the -3 becomes they are resisting 3 damage. You understood that reference, yes. All right. So now that the trade disaster down here has been not saved by flaming camels, even the flaming camels too. No one was riding them, sending the animals to their deaths. It's a step towards robots. I can even set the scoreboard up for the next set as we're waiting. We're gonna be waiting for another 90 minutes or so. So this will be. I'll put both names there. Capoch and Lucho versus Hearttt and Liereyy. And until we get to then, we'll look for more games to cast. If you see something on the dashboard you want casted, let me know. And again, thank you everyone who's subbing. Ooh, I found something on the dashboard, and the thing I found was T90. We can cast T90. He was in the chat earlier. He'll be casted now. Flaming camels should be good. Well, flaming camels are an elephant counter, first and foremost. The applicability to other maps will depend. What does the T stand for? I don't know. The T. Check my social media. You can see my name. We had some chat going on here. Hello, bro. Hi. S at S2. Well, it is a chicken version of Arabia. T90 will be the Cumans, and PG9 will be the Goths. Don't even need to be 13 to see this movie. T90 going forward with his scout. What is he doing? Why is he trying to lame the Goths? Chicken. Many chickens here. Many chickens here. T90 will have to deal with the chickens. Now we'll have to be reminded of the old man who thought his name was Chicken. It stands for T90. The T in my name does not stand for T90. They are completely unrelated T's. T in T90 is because he named himself after soccer cleats. And, oh, I missed this earlier. Pony Down, thank you for the follow. And the Big Black Dog, thank you for the follow. So T90 chopping some wood in the back. This is kind of a crater valley circle of hill map around his base. So he might actually struggle to find a good second TC location. As the Cumans, he could go to the back here by that gold and that wood line, or maybe over here by the stone and the wood line. Chickens, hills, 3 close wood lines, no stone walls. That's Arabia. You don't think T90 will attempt to wall lure the chickens? Well, maybe he should have, because the militia from PG9, from Paganini, are going to kill his chickens. And just like any other animal, when militia kill chickens, you cannot grab the food from them anymore. Get down to 0 food. Oh, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, Tremendo. And how do I pronounce? This is a word I should know how to pronounce, but Chiquitin, thank you very much for the gifties. And casually Sam, casually dodging. You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a sub. No stone wall. Yeah, no stone walls the entire matchup between Goths and Cumans. That's true. It is the no stone wall map. 1 Vil goes down thanks to the Drush. Full 3 militia Drush this time. Adding on those wood Vils, thanks Nilly. And it will be an archery range from T90, so he will go for the defensive range before he goes for another TC. Doesn't bother to wall in the Woodvilles now. Low HP Scout and Militia, and T90 has a good HP Scout. Could try to jump the Scout, since there's an age difference, but maybe hard to take the fight with the Militia nearby. The T stands for Kushluk, the one I still have in my hit list. There's no T in Kushluk. And the Scout goes down. Ooh, the Scout, what is that? Pathing runs into the Militia. T90 needs to run that away. We have a mining camp going up on the gold. I don't, Fergus, I think that would be perfectly acceptable. I think building a little corral around the chickens and not touching them because they are cute would probably end up in a T90 low elo Legends cast. You could be the animal friend who tries to keep all the animals alive every game. So Feudal Age in and Man-at-Arms on the way. And hello, Sargento on YouTube. I'm doing it pretty well. A bit tired because I was up super late working on stuff for the tournament. Oh, other than that, I'm doing great. So, Men-at-Arms coming in from the Goths, trying to teach T90 a lesson about how to play civs that don't have any stone walls, and T90 so far not able to get up that second TC. Since I have British ancestors, when I play as the Britons, it's T-West with a TEA. And we get some Earl Grey hot action as the Britons. Archers chasing the Men-at-Arms away. Men-at-Arms are now the same speed as archers. So unless they turn to fight the Scout like that, they won't go down. So trading a Scout for a Men-at-Arms, I think I'd prefer to keep the Scout alive. Especially as the skirms come in. And T90 not gonna micro back. There he goes. Skirms on the hill though. Archers can't fight that. No upgrades for anyone of any type other than Loom and Double Bit Axe for PG9. Complete a campaign as a vegan. That might not be impossible, because what are the clothing made out of? I don't think they had... Did they have... What are the pants of the villagers made out of? Did they have, like, cotton back then? You need a non-animal based material for all your clothing, and then you need to use only units that don't have... Like, those have to be leather boots. I don't think you can actually do a pure vegan challenge. You definitely can't play without villagers. I'm pretty sure every unit has some type of boot, at least. So, T90 has tried to palisade wall most of the map. That'll keep him safer from Men-at-Arms. But he doesn't have the army numbers yet. And this will be skirms and Men-at-Arms coming forward. If Leatherback then, I don't know. Are pacifist runs ever coming back? I'd like to do a couple more at some point. Yeah, I did do that El Cid video last year where I finished that one. I don't think we're ever going to find a way to kill Kushluk though. Barbarossa 1 using only the relics in the market for income. That's a good one. That's a good one. So on the front, some skirms and archers. Kind of denying the gold for a bit, but if you're just going skirms, then that's not too bad. Vil count still 38 to 38, 38 to 39, but 1k more res collected for PG9 now. And with all this pressure he's applied to T90, he has not allowed T90 ever to find a spot where he was comfortable building that second TC. A lot of wood being floated, but you can turn that into farms. Or sell it at the market to go up. I'm still getting in under the tower, forcing the defensive tower and the stone mines. And T90 still can't quite find a way in. He's trying to be a bit disruptive with the archers. I'm about to see if you get stone walls. Maybe. Maybe give them stone walls by virtue of selecting arena in the map pool. I think that would be a solution. So Bear Corpse is no longer visible in the Fog of War. That's a change that was made. And Skirm's going to try to surround the archers. They will have a spot to run on the outside of that wood line if T90 goes that way. And hello, 1030895511. I always gotta love the random numbers of usernames. Removing stone walls from Huns. Ooh, that could be interesting. And there's PG9 clicking up. And this Men-at-Arms, they've been alive this whole game and they've been thriving. They're doing an amazing job of controlling the skirmishers and applying pressure to T90. And scale mail armor on the way as he's up, and I think that means we're going to see some long swordsmen. Oh yes, goth long swordsmen. Need the armor, need gambesons, but then you pump them out, and you can tear through buildings, as the goths have that extra attack bonus against buildings damage. Damage bonus as their civ bonus, or one of their civ bonuses. As Red Sword Head and Res collected. 1, he's the goth, so he has the hunt bonus. 2, T90 constantly was reacting to the raids and not raiding as much himself. And he idled his TC bit to click up. There, so that's what gives him that timing advantage. Well, that's true. T90 has the better palisades in this matchup. He does have the 2-win bonus for the stronger palisades. Skirms will pick off some men-at-arms. And we're doing it! Long swordsman! Yes, longsword upgrade. And the men-at-arms will try to break their way through the barracks and the houses, find their way in. This is live. This is absolutely 100% live. Paganini whacking that barracks with the longswords. And T90 both has to go, and we'll call the GG. I think he was kind of dead at this point, but T90, he's got things to do. Saw no double bit axe and called the GG. T90 man with errands. I gotta go, busy life. Is he gonna go live? It's 20 minutes before going. You'd normally go live though. It has to have long countdowns sometimes. Okay. Let's make sure everyone's there. And here I was hoping we could cast T90 for a few games. He leaves us. Wait. No. I think that's just a typo. That was not a G2G. That was a typo, because he's playing again. He's playing against Nahue. Or Nahue. I haven't quite gotten the pronunciation of Nahue correct. I still need to practice that. The H is there a bit too much when I say it. Nahue. And we're just going to cast more T90. Do more T90. Is there an Ornlu co-cast on the cards? We'll see. I haven't really done a co-casting plan for this. It's been enough for me to organize everything else. And YRTK88, thank you for the follow. His G2G was because he had to play the next match. No, it's just a typo, I think. I don't know about other keyboards, but for our American keyboards, the T is directly above the G. And okay, Byzantines for T90 and Poles for Nahue. This will be our next matchup. And why don't I, since we're in the Dark Age, why don't I just run and add so that we don't have them during the game. I think I need to start getting this counter reset before the next set of games. Because the pre-rolls are almost fully out of timer. And again, thank you everyone who's watching on YouTube. So far we were getting like 70 to 80 viewers. Now we're not even in a set. We're between games. We're at 118 on YouTube. This is a really good stream for as far as YouTube's going. I don't know where all of you suddenly came from, but welcome. Oh, Viper's going live now. I might get some Viper games. Oh. What happened? Oh, T90 was AFK. Or no, Nahue was AFK. Nahue was AFK. I got the colors mixed up. He used the T90 being blue. Okay, well, Nahue was AFK. And they're just going to queue again. Well, thanks DE. Yeah, T90 was taking his goats. We're a minute 16 into the game, and Nahue was not back in time. So they're going to queue and try to find each other again. See, and I'm going to check, what is the map pool even in game these days? It's Arabia, Arena, Cenotes, Michi, Land Madness, Nomad, and Mega Random. Oh wait, I have to play this 1v1 map pool. How is Michi there? I could literally select Arabia, Arena, Michi, and one of Cenotes or Land Madness, and have essentially two Arabias, Arena, and Michi. How did a map pool have Arabia, Arena, Nomad, Mega Random, and Michi as options? Okay, T90's queuing. I think we'll wait and try to get T90 on the queue again. Ooh, Stark found Nahue. And the two top players I see queuing right now are Viper and T90. In all likelihood, T90 might get Matza. But I suppose there is an outside chance we do get Viper versus T90. Let me put the queue here and show you what I'm looking at. So there is a chance Viper is queuing, and the next player I see queuing is T90. Oh, no. T90 did get Matza. So who is Viper going to get? He's queuing then. We also have Stark and Nahue. So what would you rather see? We can cast T90 against Matza, or we can wait and see if Viper gets a game and cast Viper. T90, T90. Chat wants T90. Okay, we'll go T90. Chat wants T90, so we'll cast T90. It'll be mega random, okay. Mega random, P90X. Okay, I'll have a minute of spec delay. Oh, if I didn't see this, thank you, YRTK88 for the follow. Oh, we passed 12.5k followers, so we're well on our way to 13k. Battle of Africa? I don't know. I haven't seen Mem do a team game tournament in a while, so I don't know what his plans are for that. I'm sure it would be a popular tournament. I don't know how interested he is in it right now. So, Mega Random. Oh, I know Mega Random was changed a lot. This feels like the one I've seen before. But you have a big wood line in the middle, and then two ponds, one to the north and one to the south. And this is a much better map for Matza. He is so much closer to water. Like, he has a water in the corner. T90 might not even find it. Although, to be fair, maybe neither of them find water. They just do a normal circle of scouting. Yeah, neither of them saw it. This is just half cross. This is just half cross. And oh no, this is don't do this, DE. Don't put ibexes against the edge of the map. These are gonna be impossible to be pushed. The scout's gonna come in and they're all gonna run to the edge. And they're gonna do that thing now where they get stuck on the edge. This is less mega than usual. Yeah, there's no resources out here. It's just barren. The tiger. All the resources more to the bottom right of the map. Half cross with less fish. Rhino on the way in from Matza. Nicely lured. Same for T90. And still no awareness of the water. What's more likely, GL winning a team game tournament or Hera winning S tier? I think Hera winning an S tier. Oh, no stream today, later. Okay, T90 gonna stream later. Maybe T90 will stream Hearttt and Liereyy too. Yeah, but pre-match T90 cast, indeed, Interstellar. Just a chill cast. 3 will start in the Dark Age. So I can eat my breakfast bars as a snack while we're waiting. So next match starts in just over an hour. I'm trying to stream snipe. Well, he did see the water, and he will dock it.
Hi.
So huge advantage to Matza here. Bengali's Chinese. I guess the Chinese should have a really good eco, but then maybe Rathas can just phosphoro. Do you remember the lumber camp rush? I don't remember that. What is that, chat?
Yes. Yes.
The... What? Play that in a tournament game against Huang. I guess he's some type of douche. Doing douche, then douching the lumber camps. Okay. So T90 up to feudal. And soon he will see the water. And he will realize how bad his map is. If he sees it. Hello, Potkany. T90 up to feudal. And he still doesn't see the water. This is Bengali, so we might see a Phosphor-esque build here for Rathas. That wouldn't be too surprising. Ooh, nice blocking there. So what Matza did, rather than just straight attacking with the scout, he tried to block it so that the TC arrows would be better able to hit it. And Militia's coming forward, and somehow T90 still has not scouted that there's a bunch of fish there. And I think Matza's in an amazing position in this game because of the fish. Doesn't have stone, but still could just go maybe even fast castle. 24 fills up. And Tacticus222, thank you for the follow.
Hi.
And welcome to the chat. Is it weird that there are so few notable resources north of the map's equator? I think what the map must do is it must have only spawned per player resources. Because I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so like 3 relics per player. I think all the stones and golds are probably spawned per player as well, which gives them a max distance from players. And that's just my guess at how this would happen. When you specify resources, you can give min and max distances to players, and it looks like that's probably how this map was generated. And Luke Ario 23, thank you for the follow. And so tower's going up. Remember, T90 also is playing in the Silver League for this tournament. As Scout goes down. Archers pick Vils there, so the tower rush defended. And looking at res collected, T9 is actually ahead by virtue of playing as the Chinese. And now he sees the water. He sees there's water there, but he doesn't know the extent of it, and he still has not seen the dock. So the men-at-arms walled out enough to the point where they have seen water. And there are still fish left for Matza. Clutching is on the way. Maybe archers will see the dock? No, they don't yet. T90 just there. Now he sees the dock. Now he sees the dock. Now he knows that Matza has fish. Matza up by 6 Vils, 5 of which are fishing ships. But being up in actual Vil numbers, 31 to 32 against the Chinese, that feels really good. So now he finally sees it. Oh, Vil's there. He can dock it. He's gonna dock it. He will dock the pond, but Castle Age on the way from Matza. Literal, yeah, if you're a T90 sub, get the T90 blind emotes ready. To be fair, though, this is a rather unfair Mega Random in that Matza had a better shot at the water. Idle TC for 2 Vils almost. Oh, and he is the Chinese, so you probably get about 1 Vil of idle time there. And other than that, it's not too bad to have like 20 seconds of idle time at this point if your opponent has 9. Ladder game, yep, ladder game. Okay, yes, we will have the next set in just about an hour. Men-at-arms will batter their way in through that wall. We'll have more fire galleys for T90. Ooh, can that fire hit the men-at-arms? Is it doing damage? It is doing damage. It is shooting fire directly through the wall and damaging the units. Oh, that is definitely how fire works. It goes right through your own stone structures. The archers that did enough damage that the fire went right down to the next fire from T90. Yeah, like hitting the men-at-arms. Science. Real science here with the fire. So Matza up to castle. Surprised he did a galley there. Galley just dies to fire in this pond. Perfectly balanced with 0 exploits. Oh, and there's where Matza's mining. He's mining the stone far away. T90 gonna wall himself up and be ready for Rathas? Potentially? There's a monastery. I'm buying wood. Where is the... Oh, it's a TC. It's a TC. I was gonna look for a castle foundation, but it's a TC. This will be a nice defensive area to keep this army out. And T90 have to invest into those fires, but the fish had mostly been taken by then. And there is the TC. There's the TC. Now the 2 TCs to 0 as T90's up to castle, and Matza should start pulling ahead in villagers, if not yet in eco, because that Chinese economy still is paying off for T90. At the very least, he didn't manage to afford horse collars, so he will have to receive the farms a bit earlier. Invest some earlier wood into that. Now, both players now fully walled, other than the clandestine mining camp of Matza, which at least has a tower. Want to see? Oh, you know what? I haven't actually seen those yet in a game, so yeah, would be cute if you saw one from a pond. I've seen the dragon ships, or only played them in a team game. This is ranked. The next tournament set begins in about an hour. T90 is playing in our tournament, though. He's in the Silver League, teaming with the Dark. The dock. Oh, he's still queuing fishing ships. Probably not the situation, Matza, where you want to be queuing fishing ships. You're just wasting a bit of wood there. Does he just keep the dock alive with the fishing ship? But that'll go down right away. Make galleys in the pond. He can make whatever he wants in the pond. He can see that all the fish are taken and make fish traps. Oh, but there he goes. He docks the other pond. T90 scattered the other pond. He's getting a dock up. He's getting a dock up. He's doing what he needs. He'll get fish now. So, workshop forward, another TC from Matza, but crossbows are there from T90 just in time to deny it. Crossbows thinking of camping the tower. And camp what they can as the TC does not range them. He just sits steady outside its line of sight and harass the vills on the gold. Monk coming forward, he wants a conversion. Maybe keep the crossbows away from the tower. Wait, you can probably just camp them there and kill the converted one. The TC is in a lot of danger. T90 notices you probably want to have the crossbows right clicked on the TC now? Maybe 300 is a bit too far for them to whittle down. Oh, the rocket cart will do it. Leave it to the surprise of the rocket cart. And okay, well there we go. There's a delete.
Hi. Adish.
Crossbows start to take out the vills on the other tower, so T90 did discover this, and Matza has not reacted. Now what you need to do here is fight the crossbow with the vills, and whenever you have a weak one, you can garrison the weak one. But since the crossbows is within murder hole's range, tower cannot defend itself. Finally, Matza notices, but only after losing a lot of HP, so harder to jump it with vills, but vills can still surround and kill it. Oh, we had a nice mangonel shot down here as T90 loses his crossbows. Mangonel and tower working together. The relic cart's not there in position. Yeah, strong decision making, strong map awareness as he's going to add in 2 TCs behind this. Oh, that'll be a castle. Can you hit it with the rocket carts? T90, no. Oh, not soon enough with the rocket carts. Oh, just not enough. Almost took it out. Relic carts? Yeah, rocket carts. Okay, ooh, they attempt to trade, but Matza doesn't even lose his mangonel. It's repaired. Oh, and hello, unpushable deer. Unpushable deer, are you just a chicken now? Because after the patch? We all know that to Phosphoro, nothing is unpushable. Yes. There's a crossbows out, and we'll have a mining camp up for Matza. Wants more stone in front of the castle. Can't go Rathas now as Bengalis. But one rocket and stopped you. He got the relic cart bug. I was just gonna say, yeah, that thing is bugged. But it happens. You mind the chicken funnel? Yeah, that was fun. I'm gonna hope we see other people do it, but the chicken funnel is a lot of fun. And, well, the crossbow over here has been cleaned up. I think the Vills finally fought it. So, stone access for Matza. He's going to have 4 TCs. He's actually up by 5 Vills. T90 with a slight score lead, but 18 to 18 KD. And Res collected advantage, well, for the Chinese. You saw Survivalists do the funnel too? Yeah, I know he and Phosphorus sometimes test stuff together. You tried to do the funnel. You resign. I guess it does probably take a bit of skill to do the funnel. What elo are they? You use a match command, I think. That'll work. Right, it's just, there we go. Bit of a delay. But 2K3 versus 2K1.5. This castle not at risk of being denied. T90 just gets it up at the front. And the castle is on the hills. The vills walk around, and then I'll secure a stone for T90. Or a wood for him. He's going to stay under the castle. I would have liked to see this aggressive, but maybe he doesn't know exactly what Matza has. Oh, thought this would be over. I thought that Matza would have this early on because of the fish, but T90 has countered that. So another castle from Matza as he wants a stone and he wants to get a shot at that castle. Imp is on the way. Oh, Nighthawk. Hello, Nighthawk. Nighthawk. So castle up, and then I assume it's just double cab treb production. T90 is up to imp, but later. 93 fills to 86. There's ballistics, there's gold shaft mining. And it's finished for T90. Okay, expensive upgrade, but if you're going gold heavy units, you can do it. What Truco news? He's scouting? Oh, looks like he has some crossbows over here, looking for the vills from that tower. Well, if you wanted to find gold on the sides, he certainly did not. I mean, water on the sides, he certainly did not. Well, it's up to the Imperial Age. As the crossbows keep coming forward, along with Truco News now. Masonry for T90. He won't be too far from Imp himself. His horse is still close. And oh wait, we have triple. Okay, we have 4 castles. 4 castles from Matza. 2 castles. T90's like, oh, I got 2 castle treb production. Matza's like, I'm gonna have 4 castle treb production. Could get one of those siege ships from the Chinese in that dock you mentioned earlier. Their cannon galleon replacement. And then he got a better castle position. He'll win the treb even with the straight. You think he'll win with the hill? So defensive trebs from T90, but already 3 trebs out for Matza, 4th on the way, and a 5th on the way too. And now it'll be treb time, where T90 probably can't hold up the trebs. Still has a better eco overall, so maybe an army composition switch allows him to do damage. Maybe the arbs can find damage over here. That could be a costly mistake of 5 trebs going down for T90. A lot of Rotha's going down. And there are repairs there, but they go down melee mode for the win. And we'll see the new castle architecture crumble from the Chinese. As down it goes. Okay. This attack changed at all. I don't know, like T90, he has a great score lead. But I still feel like Matza has maybe just the unit composition a bit better. Maybe T90 scores the water. And Elite Ratha. Ooh, I've not actually seen the graphics for the Elite Ratha yet. This will be a learning experience for me. Pikes so they attack faster. Crossbows getting on the Arathas. And crossbows almost cleaning the Arathas, but themselves going down. Cavalier and Chain Barding on the way for T90. Both plays the ballistics, both up to Imp. And these are not really gunpowder civs as much as the Chinese have the Step Lancer and the Rocket Cart. Ratha's cleaning Cavaliers, and now the Rathas maybe can get in through the walls. Okay, T90 scores closing. Hill count closing, chemistry on the way. Now these guys are so golden. Golden Rathas. Maybe that's just orangish. I wonder if that changes with the color. Oh, it does. Interesting. So, meanwhile, the Trebs take out T90's TC, and Matza takes a score lead. Takes a score lead as T90 trying to go Cavaliers. Cavaliers against the Elite Rathas. Matza's housed. Maybe a good problem to have at this point. And T90 will call the GG, so Matza does it. Matza does it. GG. T90, I mean, he denied this pond early on. He fish trapped on it. Took the pond up there. That is his goal. Like everything at the front, essentially pressured by Matza. But Matza with just the timing and trap production. GG. Alright. So we have about 45 minutes. I need to take a short break so I can eat something before the next game. So why don't I'll spectate a game on Sitaux for you. And I will be back after I've eaten something, so this will be a bit of a break, but I can zoom Sitaux out. I don't know, maybe this is over so fast I don't get a break. I'm gonna share with chat, share food. I don't think I can do that. But anyway, I will be right back, and maybe I'll write a BRB message on the screen. That is a big BRB message. Still a big BRB message. Maybe like this. It's a BFB message. ERB. There we are. So I will be right back. Just leave you with a zoom out of Sitaux. I can zoom this in a bit. There we go. Lovely. Enjoy Sitaux for a moment, and I'll be back. Yeah, I think Sitaux is the perfect map to like do this, right? This is a good zoom level. And try to get both the TCs, maybe one more notch. There, perfect. Best AFK map. Let me flip the BRB text around. I want to see some stats. Stats from our game. Looks like it was over in Feudal. 32 to 32 even KD. Much better eco for whoever this was against Dr. Agenstar. Great size for a screensaver, but doomed not to go long enough, alas. The red Clippy. Is Viper out? No, Viper is still in the tournament. He's still playing. Viper... What is he doing? I don't see him on the dashboard anymore. I'll cast one more T90 game, I guess. Before this, we got another 30 minutes. Did I get rid of the BRB text? I think I did. Yep, sorry for the black screen for a moment. Alright, so we'll get back into a game here. We'll have Cyclops and T90. Cyclops 2481, T90 2300. Let me make sure I can get the YouTube chat back up too. There we go. Who won? The player whose name was not Dragonstar. So whatever happened with the scouts at 6 HP and 5 HP. However, capture age is... Remember, capture age rounds scout HP, it doesn't truncate it. So this scout still might be 1 HP away from death if it's slightly less than 6. And during that, thank you Imperial Militia for using your Prime. And Dirty Rant, thank you for using your Prime. And thank you Not Chicken Man. Tract and Crimson Light for the follows too. Maybe I'll need to prepare some interviews or something later on for more between game content. Haven't had time to do that yet, but maybe during the final week we can have some of that. It was apparently bad koala. Okay. So bad koala won that previous game. So Cyclops will be... Ooh, very nice back part of the base here. Honestly, if there's a lumber camp back there, you could wall this up and then just... You don't even need a wall to the TC. The woodline's practically your wall. So Cyclops has the Hindustanis doing 3 militias. He will go forward. T90 doing some militia himself. So militia opening from both. It is, by the looks of the fact I don't see any chickens around, a Deer Arabia. Let me just make sure I have the YouTube chat open. Oh, and on a side note, during my break, I went over and I just looked at my router with the fan I have next to it. And oh, that router is really cool. The overheating issues I was having, I think the fan has completely solved them. Cyclops up to Feudal. Men-at-Arms will come in. T90 about 15 seconds slower, so Phil's timing of difference here puts you pretty far behind on the Men-at-Arms upgrade. Cyclops being up. Ooh, will still lose the Scout War. Aggressively use the speed to try to get the Scout, but was downhill. And that house will be halfway finished, but T90 will be able to mine his gold. Wants an archery range on the front. His Men-at-Arms upgrade will be in shortly. He'll go double houses back to protect near the berries. We'll need to send more vills to the berries eventually. And don't fight before Men-at-Arms. There he goes. Alright. Now he can fight. And Arrange at the front. Go, T90, go. Hello again, Full Metal Zim. I wonder, I'm just looking at T97 as the Berbers. I wonder if T90 would ever be tempted to go, like, camel archers in a Phosphor-like build. Ooh, TC kills the man-at-arms and saves the villager. 4 HP villager, 3 HP villager. Am I seeing things? Did that go from 4 to 3? I don't think I am. Maybe it was just a 3. Dealing with car dealerships. You think T90 has this? Oh gosh, so the other day, I was at my car dealership because wait, what is the what? Hold on. You are not T90. What is this farm? This is what I expect from T90. What is this? Okay, yeah. So the other day I was at my car dealership because my car broke down literally as I was driving past the dealership. I was watching T90 stream while I was at the dealer, but my car broke down. The clip on the front driver's side tire broke. I pulled right into their service department, and they fixed it. I was there for like 90 minutes, but it was, I guess, the best place I could possibly have broken down. Right in front of the car dealership. I drove past them, turned around as it broke, pulled into a parking lot, turned around, and went back to them and was like, hey, I need you to fix my car. And I just watched T90 cast that Black Sails versus Fire and Goku set. Just had to buy a new car, loved the new car, but wasn't ready to let go of the previous one. I have a 2019 Nissan Altima, and for the life of me, I cannot get Android Auto to work with it. Oh, and thank you, Joe. Thank you for the sub. That'll be a tier 1 sub counting for Partner Plus. Thank you very much. What am I? I am in Jersey. I'm in New Jersey. Trying to find the best value you can get for your car, but hate jumping through the hoops, but you don't want to get screwed over. Murderhole's OP. Yeah, I'm thinking I probably want to move somewhere warmer. Because it's June, and it's literally cold here. I'm not... I don't know. I'm not feeling this weather. Somerset represent? Nice. Yeah, I voted in the state primary yesterday, but I voted around 7 p.m. and polls closed at 8. And by the time I was there, they were out of stickers. I didn't even get a nice I voted sticker. So this was a good fight for T90. Grab the archers, skirms will run around. Florida has nice weather. It was nice when I was there for Hidden Cup, but I got very sunburned. I was thinking it was not quite a south. I was thinking maybe North Carolina. Florida is also Florida. I don't know if I want to deal with Florida. Heavy save disadvantage, but he can okay. I don't know. I think that Berbers are actually a really good save against Hindustanis. In the Castle Age, their camel discount just means they get more camels. And I feel like the discount matters more than the attack bonus for the Hindustanis, or the attack speed bonus. Android Auto wireless software cable issue? I have tried both wireless and with a cable. Haven't gotten it to work. And I have also taken the guess that it's not a cable issue because iPhones plug into the exact same slot and they work. So I'm guessing it's just an incompatibility of that model. Even though from what I've seen, it should be compatible, just it doesn't work with Android Auto. Unless you got a camel petting zoo? Are there camels here? Oh, just from the Civ match. I was gonna say, maybe there are random camels on the map. You go and visit. Don't see any though. We have these Arabian wolves. Look at this Arabian wolf. Isn't he so handsome? I want to pet him. Pet the wolf. I like the Arabian wolves. And double stable from T90. He'll be making Berber camels. Oh, there he goes. Arabian wolf. Will you get a skirm? Chasing the weak one. Getting a nibble out of him. 13 HP. Ooh, doesn't get him though. Get some HP down. Ooh, almost. Cyclops up to the castle age. House being skirmed down. And the scouts will come out. Alright, not gonna get the drafts done early, unfortunately. Oh, there are the camels. It's neutral camels, that's what I was looking for. The dromedary camels. That's what I learned. Dromedary camel is 1 hump, Bactrian camel is 2 humps, and the in-game names mess them up. You make a wild dromedary camel, and it actually gives you a Bactrian camel. And when you make a wild camel without any prefix, it gives you a dromedary camel. Just DE things. It's not a outside-facing thing. Tinker with the phone projection settings on the Ultima. I don't know what that is. So maybe that's something I can tinker with because I haven't seen that come up anymore. Mamluks are Bactrian? Yeah, there's 2 humps on the Mamluk, right? And the guy sits between the humps. He throws the scimitar. Oh, also, speaking of Mamluks, apparently there's something going on. Some type of partnership, they're calling it. Between the Age of Empires 2 studio and the Louvre in France. Where at their Mamluk exhibit, you can go play Age of Empires now. Well, I'll have to try to play the scenario later. You can go to the Louvre in person and play Age of Empires. So, as you might expect in this Civ matchup, camels for T90, and he's going for a forward workshop. It's fancy horsey skirms. He could do genitors. He needs to clean something up. Just in case he needs to clean anything up. They aren't silent. I've heard the museum name pronounced many different ways. I don't know how to speak French, so I don't have an opinion. I've had enough trouble with Coustilier of whether or not there's supposed to be an S. Had career advice, but great cultural... Yeah, when I took a history course in college because of some weird requirement that I needed to take courses that were, for some reason, not even focused on anything I was studying. And the professor was like, you gotta leave good reviews for the TA, because if you can't get a teaching job, he has your emails to ask you for food. So that was my learning of history. I studied math and computer science. And it's rough, but also honest. Oh. I set an alarm to make sure I didn't miss the stream if I eat too long. I forgot to turn it off. Now, there's somehow AoE 4 and the University of Arizona are combined for like a history thing. And I just feel bad for the students who end up doing that. Oh my gosh. Those campaign cutscenes in AoE 4, those are painful. Yeah, I think they probably made a bunch of changes to multiplayer since when I first started it. Those campaigns, it's just one narrator doing the entire thing. And the actual interesting videos they made, the hands-on history ones, are not actually the intro and outro slides. Those are just random bits on the side. Yeah, I don't think there's an AoE 2 thing like that I've heard. At the University of Arizona, yes, they had some AoE 4 thing. You know, like you get credit for it somehow. You definitely do. I could definitely see someone getting credit for AoE 2 if they did some type of programming thing with it. There's definitely a lot of tools that could be developed for some type of course, but for studying history, I don't know. The mangonel goes down. The monks are going down, so big camel fight now. Berbers need the numbers, and I think they have the numbers. But will they have them if they keep pushing forward into the base? They're going for the monks right now. Monks on the hill. Taken down by the camels. I did grad school there. It was too long ago for that class. Everything on the hill goes down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. 4 TCs are something that's hard for camels to pressure. Maybe they could keep the vills off of those farms on the right. Camels do not like TC fire. And we're going to have an attempt at a defensive castle from Cyclops. He's up by 10 vills. If he can construct the castle, then he can probably keep the camels away. With 21 camels to 12, and T90 honestly really needs to be fighting this. If he fights that, he stops the castle. And Chuck Moss, thank you for the follow. Does it still apply after being converted? I think it does, yes. Check and maybe correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure the answer is yes. It depends on how the bonus is. Most Civ bonuses are basically implemented as researches that happen at the start of the game, so they do carry over. And thank you, Togepi007, for the follow. I am not based in Tucson. No, I'm in Jersey. I'm saying that there is just at some point there is University of Arizona apparently collaborated with AoE 4 to offer some type of university credit. I'm based no matter where I am. Well, defensive castle will basically stop the mangonel push for now, but T90 is going to go forward, and he's going to have a huge hill upon which to construct his own castle. So huge, I don't know if the Trebs can even reach from there. They might have to go forward a bit. Putting the castle on the backside somehow makes it harder for the Trebs to get forward and be in range. If a Bulgarian player that has stirrups research converts to the latest, will the latest attack 33% faster? I think no. It is very rare that bonuses are implemented by changing civilization resources instead of changing individual unit stats. I'm pretty sure stirrups would be a unit stat thing. So it wouldn't apply when someone else trains the unit. So both players upped Imp at just about the same time. Some camel archers being added in also for T90. He does have all of the map control, and with that map control he will start collecting the relics, as 2 right now. And once he gets up, it's going to be a Treb fight. It'll be a Treb fight, but in the Imperial Age, suddenly the Berber's advantage of the camels starts to pale in comparison to the attack bonus the Hindustanis are going to get. Especially when you both get to 200 pop and you no longer have as big of a numbers advantage in the fights. Pikemen will also make this trickier, and camel archers are going to be important for T90. We have our first Community League game on Forest Pond. Okay. Well, we will be casting Hearttt and Liereyy. I think it's a bit more important for us to cast them than the Community League, but I will go back and maybe cast Rex of Community League games if we have some good sets, or at least sets from the Pathfinder division, and Trailblazer too. Both of those are going to be nice from those brackets. So there's Kaspa, T90. That's the, what is it? Castles work faster than, yeah, Mugrabi camels for healing his imp. So faster working castles, that'll be nice in the Treb War. And more stables going forward, he's just going to do more camels, and the pikemen now are going to be problematic. Second defensive castle there for Cyclops. T90 keeping an eye on that other gold. T90 doing a castle defensively at home as he still grabs more relics. That'll be relic number 3. And does he want to fight against those pikemen? 20 pikemen there. 32 camels, only 17 camels. They both players hit imp. Res collected exactly the same, 33.4k. And that castle will go up in time to stop the raid from attacking the stone and the gold. Kind of blocks the stone a bit, but it is defensive at least. Wants a conversion. Castle gets the shot on the pikeman. Heavy camel on the way for both. T90 a bit ahead in his armor upgrades. I mean, if he sees that army is out there, he could try to run in, but I guess doesn't want to do that with the castle there. More worried about trebling it down himself. Oh, zoomed in on the mini-map there. I've gotten a lot of spam calls on my phone right here. Treb's going for the castle. Defensive Trebs, but you never want to be in that Treb versus Treb situation. You always want to go for the castle for the most part. And camels going in, taking out the Trebs. Castle's going down. And all of a sudden, T90 is pushing on the other side. Well, he lost the Vills on the gold, had a hole on his quick wall. The pikemen will be poking the camels, but with the castle down, now T90 can hoover all in Cyclops' economy, and all of a sudden, the dam is broken and the camels are flooding in. And oh, there's no more wood left on that wood line, so the camels will get there too. You see the terrain patching and mixing and masking on the ground beneath these forests on this current Arabia. T90 has trebbed the castle and raided. He has a TC and then maybe one more castle to go for. Being trebbed. Vill's panicking. Yes, Vill's panicking. On the other side, a bit of a counter raid, but that's nowhere near the size of the raid. That's only 5 weakened imp camels now. T90 will go for another TC on that gold. He's still up in Vill. 64 to 29 military. Cyclops. Everything falling apart, but now starting to clean the raid a bit. Going to lose another castle though. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trebuchets. You did believe Full Metal Zem. You did believe. And Fat Corgi, thank you for the follow. Vill's gonna fight imp camels. That's not gonna be good for the Vills, but we'll let the heavy camels respond. Hack T90, make him disconnect? No? He's clearly not disconnected. He's playing. Cyclops might need to do that at this point as he's falling apart. It's now 150 to 103 KD. There's the GG. And we should have the draft starting in about 5 minutes. So let's just look at the stats. 150 kills for T90. Nice eco lead for him too. By the end, faster imp time by 1 whole second. And just shrub fight into winning a game. Shrub fight into winning a game. And I almost updated a score after that. Quickly go into the Kami game, our base. We have a draft to watch. Draft might be a bit delayed. Let me check the scheduling channel. Limited low Hilo Legends. Does the Kami game show up on the dashboard, our base? It would be on Forest Pond if I look for that, right? Let me also start thinking about resetting the pre-roll ad timer so we don't have those during the games. For Bergwin. I don't see it if it comes up our base. Did they finish? Oh, I see a lobby. Oh, are they about to start? Is that what we're looking at? Now I see them in a lobby. I mean, they might have finished the Forest Pond, but I see that's the map they have selected. Well, they haven't started, they're about to start. Alright. Well, we'll just watch that until this set drafts then. Players can stream their point of views. Yes, they can. They very well can. And hello, Lily. Yeah, what happened to Viper? I saw he went live an hour ago, but I don't see him online anymore. Did his internet drop or something? I have a soothing demeanor. Thank you. our base taking care of the drafting. And you take care of his kid? Instead of playing his Age of Empires tournament? He didn't sign his kid up on his team? Alright, I think the draft for this set's gonna start. So I'm not gonna cast the Kami other than maybe the start of the first game. I think this will be our first community league game. I see only 3 people in the lobby still. Who knows how long it'll take. But thank you all for tuning in. Well, T90 CoCast. I think T90's playing games still. I don't know what T90's up to. So thank you all. We have 500 viewers on Twitch and over 100 on YouTube, and this hasn't even started yet. As that is quite amazing to have so many people interested in this. I think Ordinary and Danny have been going too, and Mem's gonna go live for this. Yep, yeah, looks like T90 will cast it too. And Dave's probably out there playing Pokemon. Is it hosted by me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is indeed. Okay, we still have only 3 people in this lobby for Forest Pond, our base. Our base was... Dave's fishing right now. Okay, I think you're Red Cliffy for the sub. I used to go fishing with my grandmother. She had a pond like in the backyard. Like there was a small park, like not in the backyard, but like behind the house, behind the backyard. And they stocked it with fish. She would host the yearly fishing derby for all like the young children to go and learn how to fish. An unexpected paladin, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Having sound issues, oh no. And hello, D Longer. Yes, D Longer is going to be at our meetup. Yeah, she lived there. Her family owned that area, that land, since like she was born in 1935. And she ran the fishing derby for years. And she would say they were kids years ago who then grew up and in their 30s to 40s brought their own kids there. She taught them all how to fish. You can go lock someone's doors to trap them. That's not a good way to run the tournament, I'd think. One Margugu locked in a door is enough. You're on the Idleville team? That sounds like exactly the team that would be locked in a room. Have I had success with the 5080? Yes, indeed I have. Yesterday I was able to stream on Twitch and on YouTube while also rendering a video in the background. So I think the 5080 has been very successful. What hasn't been successful is the router I have, which, as I said, I needed to. And thank you, Champagne Red. I needed to put a fan on the router to keep it cool. But now that I've done that, the fan seems to be doing a good job of cooling it down. I have successfully gotten the no drops so far on the 2 streams. I also got added to the 1440p beta on Twitch, but I don't think I have the internet capability to do that, because I would need to spend 20,000 of my bitrate on Twitch, and then that leaves only 15,000 for YouTube for the 4K stream, which even with AV1 encoding maybe isn't enough. I could try it out. Do I have a fiber connection? No, I do not. Fiber is not available in this area, fortunately. Which is why I can't. I have the fastest upload speed I can possibly get in the area, which is incredibly slow for streaming. So yeah, rough US internet. I'm like a 45-minute drive from New York City too. It's not like I'm in the rural middle of nowhere. Upload is 35 Mbps. From what I've seen, you need 20 for the 1440 stuff on Twitch, because they still don't support AV1 encoding. It's just H.264. And thank you, how do I say this? Duderino. El Duderino 215. 100 MB max? Nope, 35. 35. My download is 100, but that doesn't matter for streaming, only the upload. There's a limit of 35 Mbps. Audience. So thank you again for using your Prime sub. That is a great way to help support the tournament, and I appreciate it. Is the draft ready? I'm hoping it is. Okay, Lucho posted links. Liereyy said ready. Everybody seems to post them in the other chat. They are beginning. And Tatort, thank you for the follow. So let's see what we have. We have Sumatra picked for Wonders B. Once again, no one going for islands or Mediterranean. But water maps so far, Sumatra and Forest Pond. Actually sounds pretty good. Not if you're trying to stream in 4K on 2 platforms. And now finally they're drafting. And Arabia picked pretty expectedly, I think. So Hearttt and Liereyy technically the lower seed, but probably still the favorite. That was banned first. The community only draft might have been slightly different because it doesn't have the full categories and stuff, and it doesn't have the bans at the end for the final map. Yeah, you have to look at the draft and do a test one. Wonders B banning the no. They did it wrong. They did it wrong. Okay. Hearttt and Liereyy, it's fine, whatever. They corrected it. They wanted those maps banned anyway. We'll accept it. And Golden Lakes will be map number 1. So 4 maps have water on them, and then Chicken Arabia might have ponds. It also does take 1v1 ELO into account. The problem was Liereyy had a 1400 team game ELO. So unless we just artificially gave Liereyy a boost. There wasn't too much that could be done about that. And it will be... we did include the tournament ELO, which helped them out a lot. So it's not like they missed gold and were in silver. Why don't we see the Forest Nothing map in any tournaments? I don't think Hearttt and Liereyy would want to play Forest Nothing. Alright, so what we're supposed to do is ban 3 maps from one category, because the Captain's Mode website doesn't support category drafts. Or category bans. However, they end up needing to click 3 buttons. And Wonders B did not click the 3 buttons they were supposed to. And the voice channels yet, so you can't shout at them. I don't think anyone wants to play for... I think a lot of people want to play Forest Nothing. Don't get me wrong about that. I just think there are some high elo players who very much don't. And also, it's more of a fun map. I don't know if it's really appropriate for tournaments. You like buttons? Buttons are nice when I don't need to press too many between games. Nomad map is not landlocked, correct. So very open map picks. Forest Pond isn't that open, but it is aggressive on the water. Arabia Golden Lake's very open. Nomad is Nomad. Sumatra is, I guess, kind of an open land map halfway. And Forest Pond is like hideout, but water in the middle, and it ends up being kind of open because of how aggressive you can be on the sides. And the Persian pick is mirrored. Wonders preferring Armenians, Hearttt and Liereyy preferring Vikings. Those water-heavy civs potential for the island on Sumatra. And Britons, okay. Could be an archer civ for Arabia. Khitan's banned. I don't see Mayans or Ethiopians banned. And thank you, Pistina, for the follow. Yep, and there's Maya for Liereyy. Personally, I'd probably go Maya or even Ethiopians over Britons for an archer civ and a 2v2 on Arabia. I feel like Britons are mostly there for the team bonus, which affects both civs in the 4v4. Then Italians for Hearttt and Liereyy, so could be played on Nomad, could be played on Golden Lakes, could be played on Forest Pond. Again, an archer and a water civ. Then Portuguese, same thing. They're taking all the archer civs at the start. Okay, time to hunt down what this Discord notification is. Oh, it's a Twitch thing. And Glenn Can 01, thank you for the follow. Dance emotes from Red Cliffy. So all the archer civs, Koreans, woo. I guess Koreans could also be the island on Forest Pond. And these players averse to cav civs other than Persians. Finally a Georgians pick. Although it is 2025, it might just be Georgians for the cav archers. Double Catan ban. Yep. Wouldn't be surprised to see several double Catan bans. If you don't double ban them, you have to pick them. Malians, at least they can be played as a cav civ there. And Franks! There we go, Franks. We're not going to see Frank CA. I mean, it'd be amazing if we did, but we're not. So that finally a cav civ picked. Vietnamese there, more archers. And then Khmer, finally. And another cav. Then Bengalis, that was quick. Khmer Bengalis. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold on the Franks as all that great of a civ myself. Well, it's not free bloodlines for cow archers because they have less than 100 HP. It's 20%. For knights, it's bloodlines, but for cav archers, it's less. And D-Slats242, thank you for the follow. And Huns, yes, Huns are Huns. They can pair that Tarkin torch with the Wu flaming arrow. Well, then this will be the first time you're seeing Forest Pond, and thank you, Positive Negative Man, for the follow. So I appreciate everyone who's deciding to watch over here. Now everyone else is probably going live right now. So if you're staying here, thank you very much. And Chinese are really low pick compared to how good they are in 1v1s. I wonder why exactly that is for the Nineville start on all these different maps. We don't see them prioritized as much. There are Saracens. Was the Chinese team bonus now? It's longer lasting farms, but it's changed so it's percentage based on how much food your farms have. So as you do your mill upgrades to put more food on your farms, horse collar, heavy plow, and crop rotation, then the upgrade, then the bonus applies so you get you even more extra food. It's a really nice team bonus. Not as overpowered or noteworthy as some other ones, but still really strong. Alright, done the Civ draft, and I'm almost ready to get into the game. Yeah, that's true. Chinese are less specialized in doing one thing, but they also still have a really good eco. And the eco can be so important. Poles Chinese is a nice combo for the Folvark farms. Yeah, Sicilian's Chinese if you really want long-lasting farms. And Erstein, thank you for the follow. Shoe, we might see white feather guards. The last pick in the draft, the shoe. Old Incas plus Poles. Our base just wants to watch the world burn with Vil fights. Building farms. Hey, old Incas plus Spanish was great for the fastest building farms. Incas with the farm built faster team bonus. Spanish just building buildings faster. Oh, those are some speedily constructed farms. And also a reminder, if you do want to watch in 4K, I am streaming on YouTube too. I have a link pinned in the Twitch chat. And I'm doing that without any ads. So I will be, between the games and before the sets start, running some ads on Twitch just to keep the pre-rolls off during the game. Spanish plus Brew will have insta houses. I always forget what the bonuses are. Way are the cav attack versus siege weapons. Woo are houses built faster. And Shu is the old Magyar bonus for archers plus 2 line of sight. But Shu are the civ that generate food while chopping wood. I almost just spectated Sitau's game, but we saw him already. And what's up, hello, EB? Yes, ooh, and Liereyy has done it. He has formed the lobby. That means we should be about to get started. Lierey's there, Lucho's there. Capoch is there and just waiting on Hearttt. Wherever they play, everyone will have a good server, and then Liereyy will be laggy. Our base is there. Our base is joined the lobby. Just waiting on Hearttt then. Why are they banned by admin? Those saying admin ban is honestly a horrible term on the draft website. It really should say random. They are randomly banned at the start, and then teams pick from remaining civs. Because generally Age of Empires is played with random civs. Then for tournaments there are drafts, and so it's a combination of the two features. And there's Capoch. Capoch is in the lobby. Golden Lakes is selected. Colors are being picked. And hopefully they're just about ready to go. Alright, we've been streaming almost 4.5 hours today. You have higher team game elo than Liereyy. You should have signed up on their team base. Could have helped boost their seed. And Hearttt and Liereyy split up. They were on the team Wii Sports. That team disbanded though. Now they're on separate teams, but they are playing together. Liereyy on Onamaru and Hearttt on Wonders. But yes, joining forces. Ooh, and they are launching. Failed to download match content. Get your thanks DE emotes in the chat. That's how you know we're about to get started, because we don't have the match content. You get a random... Nope, you don't get a random civilization in the game. You pick the ones from the pool that you drafted. The randomness applies to the drafting process there with the random bands. I would love to do a random civ tournament. I think that would be fun. I don't know how much players would like that. And Hypno level 37, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. That'll count towards Partner Plus. Thank you very much. Saracen Camel Archers, maybe we could see some of those. Yeah, Hyper Random had everything random. So it'll be Persians for the Cav players, then Mayans and Britons for the Archer players. No, not saving the civs for Arabia, just going for them straight here. Maya for Liereyy and Britons for Lucho. Then Persians for Capoch and Hearttt. So you get 15 seconds, then we will launch. here we are loading in. There we are. Let me update this. This is Wonders B. And this other team is creatively Hearttt and Liereyy. What creative names. But anyway, here we are. To the northwest, we'll have Lucho playing as the Red Britons, and then Capoch playing as the Yellow Persians to the north. On the other side of the map, we'll have Hearttt as the Blue Persians to the south, and Liereyy as the Green Maya to the east. Now, Persians start with an extra plus 50 food and wood, and have faster working TCs, so they have a great economy and can dock very early. They will be on opposite sides, though, the way the players spawn this time. They each basically have their own pond. Britons versus Maya is extra range for the Britons versus cheaper archers for the Maya. Which bonus ends up being better depends on how you can take fights, because there's no thumb ring for the Britons. They lack a bit of the DPS that the Maya would have. Birds flying over the middle. I love how the bird gets so close to the ground. Ooh. So, standard Dark Ages, we gotta keep an eye out for sneak villagers. We have Lucho coming down for a scout. Sneak villagers in places where players can wall to the edge of the map or go for a team wall. Thought there was a sheep missing, but it was hidden by a bird. Oh, look how close that bird is to the scout. You make the elevation high enough, I wonder what happens to the birds. So Lou on the way for Liereyy. Looks like he then is thinking of clicking up. As the Maya, you do start with your 3 extra vills, but in the 9 vill start you also have a bit of food. So more villagers. Oh, actually, Liereyy, doing more villagers. Okay, I wanted an extra vill. Wanted to try to click up, but then didn't do it. The thing about Liereyy and llama sets is that they will try to get as close to all Arabia hamsters as they can get. I think that's also to be expected from them. Eagle from Liereyy, low on HP. Didn't kill a scout. Do maps have a setup where team members are next to each other, or are there maps where team members are opposite each other apart from Nomad? There is Jungle Rumble, where players are separated by a wall. That one's pretty interesting. And there's 4 Seasons, which is just extra crazy. But for the most part, yeah, they're next to each other. Okay, so Capoch walling up. They're far enough apart. I don't think a team wall is in the cards, but they can go to the edge. This camel, eagle beat knight, archer. Oh, I think that's more of an it depends situation when you have to look at the ecos and balances of each player. So Liereyy actually will be the last one up. I thought he was going to be the first one up, but no, he's the last one up. Getting the barracks. And immediately goes for a range. Ooh, some laming, some laming. Sheep being taken from the TC. TC kills 1. So great job by Capoch, recognizing that because Lierey's on the water, he doesn't have farms around the TC, is fully on wood and gold, and thus can lame the sheep. Always something to pay attention to against the archer player. Not going to have vills by the TC if they're spreading themselves so thin. There's a scout dancing a bit to deny the foundation. But Vil will knock the scout. And attempted wall to the edge from Lucho. I think double melee combo will struggle really hard to take efficient fights and then control the archer mass. Yeah, well, we'll see. It is scouts and archers against scouts and archers, so we're not gonna have double melee. They are kind of far apart to the point where maybe you could justify scouts over archers, but so, double range, scouts still hoovering for Hearttt. We have 150 viewers on YouTube. That is a new high for the YouTube streams. Thank you all on YouTube. So scouts from Hearttt running around. Scouts now from Capoch coming out. And Capoch not fully walled. Could he be looking to trap scouts if they get in? Well, he could find the hole if he wanted to. There are some X's over here. More about using the sheep saves a couple frames or farms or fishing ships. Yep. Did Red lose some fishing ships? Nope. So 4, 6, 9, 9. I don't know if you really want to go that far into 9 fishing ships, because there aren't that many fish in the water. So scouts still just running around the middle. This is cracked terrain, so any buildings will take more damage. I'll have an X over here showing where the army is. And I still don't have Liereyy getting his army involved. Well, archers at home in the ranges. Never farm. I mean, is the Maya... He does have longer lasting fish. So maybe he's content not to farm. So scouts, we haven't really had a big engagement from the scouts. They're just kind of hoovering around, trying to find bits where they can hit. And we have the Castle Age on the way for Hearttt. Castle Age on the way. He'll be the first one to go up. Armor invested for Capoch, and if he doesn't take a fight, that's going to be a waste of the armor that he could have had for uptiming. There he's archers. These archers out of the ranges. They're out of the ranges. Everyone's still at the safe pawn. No forward dock attempts. And what are they going to find when they're out of the ranges that they don't have? They don't have clutching yet. So just walling behind this as they try to breach. And Liereyy really wants to go up and get to crossbow, most likely. So that was a brief moment where they're not able to get through the walls. And walls still successfully keeping them out. They'll go for a few houses, maybe a stable, but everything they have should keep them safe. Safe at least long enough to get to the castle age and get crossbows. They want to stay in the back and stop this from running. Timing is going to kill wonders. I think it is, and they're going in. I mean, maybe this timing is a bit premature from Liereyy. If he, like, is facing this army when he's not up yet. Light cab for blue. Maybe he just wants an engagement with Hearttt, though. Going to jump together and fight, but nice advantage for Liereyy and wonders. And everything going down. One scout survives, and that's it. Everything from the first clump of archers there. I don't know if that's the first, but everything from that clump of archers is cleaned. Capoch. He is up. There we go. And doing bloodlines. TC in the middle from Hearttt, looking for gold access. Looking for gold access. You think they're cooked? I mean, those timings were great. Castle Age not in yet. And here comes the pressure. Here comes the pressure with some knights. 2 ranges at home for Lucho. And finally, we might get a fight happening. What is the KD this game? 0-0 eco KD. Yeah, it's a low KD. It's just low, and we're waiting to see if crossbows like stand behind the wood line and then hit the vills, or they're just gonna go over and rotate to the other player now that they've seen Lucho there. Try to disrupt Capoch. Maybe more worried about Capoch. And Thomas, hello. So that stable. Ooh, this is what I thought would happen on the other wood line. There you go. So Knight's gonna take out the stable. Husbandry on the way. I have a second TC on a top of the hill gold and stone mine for Lucho. And up there we are. So nothing to threaten the middle, just basic TCs. Second TC on the side for Lucho, and everyone else getting ready to push forward. Some knights coming over. $18 crossbows against 16. And a few more reinforcements are needed for Liereyy. Liereyy, who has kept production in those ranges. 3 ranges with the Mayans. And if they take a fight, this team is dead. Take a fight that Liereyy doesn't need a university. I guess he needs one for ballistics. So Knight's still running around. There he is. Ballistics on the way. And these 2 armies still not really engaging anything. Still just pumping 2 stable knights. Update the title. Oop, I can get rid of the 17 GMT. Q. Update on YouTube too. There we are. If the Twitch title isn't updated for you, that might just be a Twitch thing that's weird. So, okay, lots of crossbows. This is such an impressive crossbow army from Liereyy. It's just such a smooth game. He just built crossbows. There we go. Title's updated. Thank you. Just built crossbows. Well, sometimes that's all you need to do is build crossbows. 76 military to 45. This is, Lions with Liereyy with a fish boom. He has not made a single farm. Our base called it. He's just doing fishing ships with longer lasting food on the fishing ships. I mean on the when the fishing ships collect. It lasts longer for them like the rest of the resources do. That didn't used to be a thing, but it is now. So army's still just hoovering. This is what Age of Empires kind of becomes these days with the crossbow knight plays. It's just a hoover simulator where you don't really engage. The knights just try to dance. Lierey's gonna lose 1 outpost and do another. His team not just up by crossbows, they're up by villagers, 30 plus. I don't know how the fish last longer, it's just how the mines do it. Accurate historical battle then. Hoovering. My Hoover spun around and picked up nothing and sent it back to the shop. And Also, if you've been watching for a while, you might need to refresh to get the new title. Hoover? No, no. Not that type of Hoover. So does Hearttt even want to engage here? I feel like the longer this goes on, the bigger the advantage for Hearttt and Liereyy. And I see an X. Oh, there's enough knights they can pressure over here too. Some archery ranges going up. And gold trying to be taken in the middle from Capoch. Okay, finally the knights want to engage. Finally we have something of an engagement. Hearttt going to try to pull Capoch forward. But Capoch isn't gonna take that. He's going to retreat with the knights and with the vills. Try to group up with the crossbows and take the hill. This is tricky from Liereyy because he needs to micro up onto the hill, but he has so many crossbows here. So many. Knights are going down to their volleys. And knights over here, grouping up. Oh no, it's going to speed up. Knights, they're going to group those crossbows. And there's the GG from Lucho. They don't even need to wait for the fight. As Hearttt and Liereyy do it, take game number 1 in a pretty darn convincing fashion. Liereyy, Maya on this map feels like... That's the thing. Feels like Maya might be then the best, well, flank, quote-unquote, civ. GG. Now, what even was the KD there? Yeah, 440 to 16 for Liereyy, and he didn't even really fight that much. Also had the most res. GG. Okay, let me get the overlay updated. So for maps, it'll be Golden Lakes. And for civs, that was Maya. That's really all we need to click, right? The Maya. Leave it there. Hera in Doubt. Hera in Doubt. I don't know what Hera in Doubt are going to do. Hearttt and Doubt could win the tournament. They could also get swept and lose in the first round. I have no idea what to expect from them. And looks like Nomad will be the next map. So James Dean on YouTube, just watched the interview on GL's channel. He said I wrote a preprocessor. It is, like I wrote in C and outputs map scripts. It is... Yes, it's in Rust. Do I plan to open source it? It is on my GitHub, or an earlier version of it. I need to push some changes to it that I have locally. It is a very hacky bit of code, though, and I don't know if it's useful to people. And when I say it's on my GitHub, I mean I also have hard-coded file paths on my hard drive people would need to change if they want to use it. But it is there if you want to look at it. NS is on strike. I have hard-coded. No, I just hard-coded file paths. Currently, we should be seed number 1. And link your GitHub. Let me see if I can find the repository. Draft RMS preprocessor, that's what it is. And 2 years ago, Yeah, I need to update that. I think I still have the loops in that. Alright, they launched, but I forgot to leave the game from the game. There we go. Hearttt is a bot? No, Hearttt is real. Why didn't I use environment variables? Because I wrote this very quickly and many years ago. And the cost of unhard coding stuff for me is never worth it because I only use it for myself. That is why. That would be a very good thing to unhard code it. And it's on the to-do list, but there's always been other tasks that have had higher priority on that to-do list. The entire thing is a mess of something that one day I would rewrite to be less hacky, but right now it is lots of stuff. Whenever I needed something done quickly in a map script, I just refactored it and did it in that preprocessor. There's a lot of jank in it. Alright, and here we go. Nomad. And Hearttt and Liereyy won that first game. Let's also get them having colors on the scoreboard. So we will have Hearttt and Liereyy. They will be over here. TC for Hearttt, TC for Liereyy. Hearttt in the blue is the Chinese. Liereyy in the green is the Koreans. Then for the other team, we'll have Lucho in the red as the Portuguese, and Capoch in the yellow as the Malians. So Chinese Koreans against Malians Portuguese. All civs we're going to expect to see on Nomad. The Koreans' new team bonus is that they do have extra line of sight on their villagers. So that used to just be a civilization bonus, now it's a team bonus, and for a 9-ville start, oh, you see so much. Look at that exploration on the map. You see the thickness of the paths the villagers walk compared to the other team. See how thin they are. That shows you how much more you scout, and that's finding a few extra sheep, a few boar here and there. Really nice bonus. But then on the other hand, we have the Malians, who are going to be docking right here, and we have a pause. What is the pause? Hearttt asking for a sec. Okay. I was hoping there's no admin re on Nomad. One day I'll change PCs and I will weep. Probably. What's the seed one? That seed one is Andy and Lewis. Because they grinded the team game ladder. Yeah, I mean, the system I have set up right now is very fragile because it also relies on the VS Code extensions to run the preprocessor whenever I hit save. So there's a bigger refactoring needed also to properly only run the preprocessor on maps that actually change and not maps that are all in the directory that I'm using. Alright, so we have a sorry go. Is this the first time Team Game Ladder mattered? It mattered for Nations Cup 2023. But yeah, generally the Team Game Ladder, we wanted to use it to encourage players to play it, and for some teams that helped. Because here technically Wondersby is the higher seed. But I think in general the teams had a pretty good ranking once we added the tournament elo into the formula. There were just a couple of teams, I think Hearttt and Liereyy, and then maybe the GL team that were maybe a bit of an outlier. As Lierey's blocking. Lierey's blocking. Look at that. And the boar heals the Vill. Oh, is he going to block again? He's going to block again. He's not done. Okay, that's a lot of Vills, though. That's also close to the TC. But I thought about reseeding, but then I also didn't think that it would matter too much, because being a higher seed doesn't really give you much of an advantage in Age of Empires. You can pick what side of the Civ draft you're on. And since it's just a single elimination, if I reseed it, we very well could have Hearttt and Liereyy versus Wonders B, just with the seeds reversed. And it didn't really seem like reseeding in the top 16 really did much of a difference. So much as if there's some different way we could have incorporated team game ELO early on, that might have been more useful. Rip Capoch Dockville. Wait, what happened to Capoch's Dockville? Oh, yeah, they docked right next to each other. That happened during the pause, and I looked away. It looks like Hearttt had 2 vills by the dock and managed to kill Capoch's Dockville. I think that tiny bit of yellow there might be the remains of the vill. Maybe that's part of the palisade. Oh, well, actually, I think palisades are Gaia when they're killed. Now I need to think. What language do random map scripts and AI use? They are their own things. They're not a programming language. They're more like configuration files. The AI language is based on some system for writing AIs for like satellites from the 80s. That's what they came up with in the 90s. The RMS is really just its own custom configuration file. They were checking vill fight rules during the pause. Oh, that might explain it. That might explain it. Checking the vill fight rules. Thank you. Heisely2 for the follow. There are rules for that. The only rule is that you can't vill fight vills that are building TCs. Otherwise, and you can't TC each other. I think that's what we decided on. You can't douche with your initial TC. And thank you, Eagle Bagel for the follow. Must towards the vill fight rules. Well, the thing is that's for a 3-vill start. This one is a 9-vill start, and your TC is up so fast, we can't realistically have players not lure in boars, because on a 3-vill nomad, you're never going to lure a boar while building a TC, because you don't have the vills to kill the boar once you get it there. For a 9-vill start, you do. And if you start luring a boar, then you need to be able to lame and block and stop boar steals. So we were very, very open with what players are allowed to do with vill fights compared to a 3-star nomad. And a guinea, thank you for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, we did some math. We need to learn to building maps. I can, yes. That is the documentation. And if you dig through the game files for DE, you'll find the ES custom maps that were included with the Conquerors expansion. Those are probably good examples to get you started. The DE maps are far longer and hackier, but the ES custom maps, they're not perfect by any means, but they at least show the basics of the map scripting engine. I can give you some ideas of how to follow the guide. And hello, Jimmy. Lucho up to feudal and market blacksmith there. So not much else going on. I don't see any scouts or archers. A couple of galleys there. So that's our first action on the water, with blue and yellow, Hearttt and Capoch having docked so close. Heartt's going to try to go for the fishing ships as Capoch comes over, tries to fend the galleys away. There a way to copy the Mega Random map? It's just in the game files. Yes, you can. It's just a text file in the game files, basically. You just copy and paste it. You can make a mod and copy and paste it there and modify it, and it's pretty simple. There's no like compiler or anything. It's a human readable text file. Yeah, it's just with the .rms extension. So now it is Capoch with the galley number. It is his turn to be aggressive and try to fight Heartt's fish. Lucho falling a bit behind. He does have a good fish boom all the way on the left. He has a great fish boom himself, though, spreading the fishing ships out around that dock. Even more down there.
준비.
So double bit axe on the way for Liereyy. And he is up to castle. Lucho will be the first one up. And Lordic, thank you for using your prime. Thank you very much for the support. Surprised that Liereyy is not the water player as he usually is. Now Liereyy is the micro player, but right now Liereyy is the walling player. Lucho going for a castle drop for organ guns. He will drop Lierey's TC, but Liereyy has decided to wall the entire map. And Painter Aerie 2, thank you very much for using your prime sub. Okay, so forward castle from Lucho. And no risk of the castle going up in time to stop the castle age from Liereyy. But organ guns will be able to break in, and Liereyy spent a lot of time walling and making palisades that any organ or siege will just break through no problem. Over here, you could go to the edge of the map. That's open, and this is also is open. Could maybe wall to the dock. That Hearttt is up well before Capoch. Both of them going galleys. We'll see if Hearttt commits to the galley dance here. Is the idea just to give Chinese a great boom? This is a peculiar wall. I think the idea is to stop the castle drop from the organ guns from initially doing damage and also to protect Hearttt. So Capoch himself is investing pretty heavily on the water, and so much so that Hearttt now is up. And Liereyy can do his own defensive castle, and then it's war wagons versus organ guns, and I don't actually know how that goes. Oh, I feel like this is a Civ unique unit matchup I should have seen earlier. But the advantage then will be the better monks for the Portuguese. The Koreans here, they have atonement, but they do not have redemption, so they can't convert siege. Portuguese have a much better monk tech tree. They have everything in the Castle Age, only miss Illumination and Imp. Sounds good for war wagons. War wagons certainly have more mobility. Okay, random fires blinking all over the map. And War Galley in for Liereyy. You can do a couple fires and send them over here with War Galley. They're way tankier. War wagons beat organs, but war wagons are just giant conversion targets. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking, is I wouldn't be surprised to see a monastery from Lucho. Because the monks then for Koreans cannot convert the organs in turn. They don't have redemption, and organs need redemption to be converted. It is pierce damage, yes, so I guess the war wagons negate a lot of that, and we'll have the free armor, so there are a couple of war wagons. Well, we're going to see this right here. We'll see this right here. As we have a matchup, great positioning by Liereyy. You see he sailed around the edge of the map to try to get his fire ships behind the galleys. And War Galley is in for Hearttt, and this is going to destroy a lot of galleys if Capoch tries to run away. So Hearttt and Liereyy sandwiching Capoch, although War Galley is in. And Capoch is all of a sudden going to go from being ahead to being behind. He doesn't have the timing on the upgrades. So this is what we're asking. Organ guns versus war wagons. Seems like they're just running away for the moment. These organ guns indeed do pierce damage. And 6 pierce damage against 5 pierce armor, so the base damage isn't that great. It's all about... Yeah, and I guess war wagons win this easily. Okay, I never knew that. Organ guns also cannot garrison in the castle again. And Lelouch. Hello, Lelouch. And, ooh, Capoch reveals on the berries. Gonna be taken out by the war wagons. Yeah, that was really one-sided. I didn't know how it would go, and it went well for the war wagons. So Liereyy, 0 TC gaming right now. He doesn't need a TC, he just needs war wagons. He's ahead in villagers over at Lucho anyway. And he's gonna find the stone. And Red Templar 27, thank you for the follow. Email goes down. And Ditto AoE, thank you for the follow.
Hola.
And it's me, Paul, thank you for the follow. He sees a liability, just makes villagers that can be killed by unique units. And just make villagers that can be converted, right? You don't want to give vills to your opponent. So Hearttt and Liereyy, 102 eco units to 66. Their fishing ships are still alive, 13 even for Liereyy. And behind the war wagons, he has 13 fishing ships, and that's going to mean he can go imp and trip down that castle soon. Even do a second castle if he wants it. And Sitaux, thank you for the raid. Yeah, and we're watching a game of Nomad where Liereyy has a great villager lead despite not having a TC. Yes, he had 2 raids in one stream. So wins his set and is so excited to move to the next round, he gets to raid us twice. Hey, we want attack warding for the raid. Okay, once more organs against war wagons. The organ guns are melting. They don't do much damage to the war wagons. Vil hops into the TC. And they're just going to call the GG. That's 2-0 for Hearttt and Liereyy. Nothing too challenging for them. 37 to 3 KD for Liereyy. He walled the whole map. Maybe not what you expect from Liereyy, but this is a tournament and he's taking it seriously. And he did wall everything. It was anticlimactic. Well, he had just clicked Imp too. So he was... They had won the water, they'd won the land, they'd won the timing to Imp. They'd won the villager count. Everything was in their favor. And GG wasn't coming. And hello also Epic World Espanol and Gel Awesh Medrano on the YouTube. This is amazing. We have 173 viewers on the YouTube. YouTube's doing great. Thank you all. Hoping for more here from Wonders B. Oh, see, it's not over yet. Not over yet, our base. Not losing a unit in a galley war. Yeah, Heartt's galley micro was great. Not why he went for siege and monks. Well, he was Portuguese. That's kind of what you do, I think. But yeah, difficult situation once the water didn't work out. And sometimes that happens on Nomad. And thank you also, Loris AoE, for the follow. Tura's messaging me that Mediterranean is broken. Well, no one's played it yet. And Mr. Tom, hello. I have so many buttons I was going to press. I was going to press the maps. So that was Nomad they lost. And that was Koreans, Portuguese, and what even were those other 2 civs? Playing with Tato, Viper and Jordan are playing with Tato. Malians and Chinese, right? And next lobby is up. And then Doubt plus Hera. Doubt plus Hera. Which, I don't know, chat. How do you think Doubt and Hera are going to do? I could see them doing anywhere from winning the whole thing to being swept in the first round. I honestly have no idea what to make of that team. Who are they against? The first round is against Black Sails. That's Dragonstar, Cosmonaut, Doomster, and Yukigit. And I don't know who Yukigit is, other than he was number 1 on the team game ladder. And Etienne035, thank you for the follow. Apparently he's a Chinese player currently studying in Canada. And Sumatra will be game number 3. So the final home map for Wonders B to start their comeback on. That's a great pocket player for Hera, who usually needs a plan but can out-micro everyone on flank. They seem top 5. Okay, well it is 2v2, so there's not necessarily pocket flank. Some maps you do have that, like Outcrop. I think there's a key that if there's like a more high APM role that Hera can take and Doubt doesn't need to take, depending on the map. YouTube is the superior. I know some people like YouTube. I feel like the chat is still, and the AoE2 community is still more active on Twitch. Cat is a great team player. Hera is number 1 player. I think they will win the tournament. That's some confidence. I'll need to put out a poll. Maybe I'll do a poll. I don't know where to do it, on my YouTube or on the Reddit or my social media somewhere. I'll ask where people think they'll finish. Well, that could be fun before they play on Friday. And Tux, hello Tux, and hello Wings of Doug. Also, you like that people stream on YouTube because you can't watch Twitch from your work office, but you can watch YouTube. Yep, and sometimes it's the other way. His NOC team seems pretty good. Tur is having confidence in himself. I like that. Yeah, for the Archer Cav Civ, I think it's pretty clear Doubt's the Cav player and Hera's the Archer player. So they have now launched on Sumatra. It'll be Vikings and Huns for Liereyy and Hearttt. Liereyy going to be the island water micro player. And then Armenians and Georgians for Lucho and Capoch. Lucho, as the Armenians, will be on the island. So I have a spec delay here of another minute. And then get into game number 3. So everyone on both platforms, we have about 400 on Twitch and another 170 on YouTube. These are at least for my channel, great viewer numbers for everything combined. And streaming on YouTube also means I don't need to take the time to cut and upload everything, and people can just watch the VODs. And then I can keep the more edited content to the normal YouTube channel. And then the hope would be that the live streams don't affect the, like, normal medium form content, I'll call it. So I guess the 5+ hour streams are more long form. And they're not shorts. although the short I did make about pathfinding years ago still gets views today. I still get comments on it all the time. Watch YouTube and Brave and no ads. Well, I do turn ads off for the live stream on YouTube, because they've annoyed me enough on Twitch. So hopefully you don't get ads in any browser on YouTube. Alright, so here we go. Too much tabbing around for me. HF says Capoch. Let me just set this up so it's red versus blue. So Sumatra, again, used to be called Eastern Coastline, but I changed the name because this coastline is on the northwest and not the east, and it spawns in all directions now. But we shall have Liereyy in the, or playing as the Green Vikings on the island. And Hearttt playing as the blue Huns on the mainland. Then we'll have Capoch as the red Georgians on the mainland, and Lucho as the yellow Armenians on the island. Now, Armenians a civ with Cilician fleet. That late game, I think, can contend with the Vikings. The Vikings, though, up through feudal into castle, I prefer on the water. It'll be interesting to see which player is able to take this. Although in any galley war, almost always you favor Liereyy, just because of his amazing ability to control the ships. And scout goes around. Original AOC civs versus only mountain. Yeah, I know, AOC versus mountain royals. Vikings AOK, Huns AOC versus the mountain royals DLC. Vikings would have shipwright and fast fire ships if they were designed today. I mean, that's what the Koreans are basically. They have shipwright, which in Imp they have the same wood discount the Vikings used to have, and the wood discount is what matters. The gold discount doesn't really matter all that much. So Koreans are basically like that for Vikings. I like what you're suggesting. See, it's older than some players. When was Liereyy born? Is AoE2 older than Liereyy? If that's true, then the Vikings are older than he is. I guess IRL Vikings would be older anyway. So both players docking from the islands in basically the same spot. I have seen docks more in this direction. I think that eats too many of your mainland players' fish. I've also seen docks directly out here, which I also like, but also makes it a bit harder to go back and forth and defend this area. One in 2002? Oh, both the civs on their team predate him then. Yeah, the shipwright work rate is absolutely clutch. Just making sure your ships pop out fast enough. And that's the one thing that longboats at least do for the Vikings. They have a faster production speed. And now we just look for, will there be a barracks and a men-at-arms rush on the mainland? Hearttt has to be very careful with how far forward his gold is. Hello, Hugger the King. What do I do if I can't find the last sheep patch? You always panic and screw up big time? I think the answer is just you need to kind of realize that the sheep usually are a max distance from your TC, and you don't want to spend a lot of time scouting outside that distance. If you don't find them, then you might just need to go to berries earlier. Usually the final sheep don't really come into play until you're getting into feudal or transitioning, so you can kind of adjust your build later and see what you do or don't have food for. And sometimes you skip horse collar if you don't have the sheep because it's hard to afford. You might have to get the farms out a bit sooner. So Liereyy and Lucho both up. 3 dock galleys from Liereyy and initial 2 docks from Lucho. He'll need to add a 3rd to keep the production up. Here he goes, but he needs to start production from 2 before he gets the 3rd. Just assume it's gone. Well, you can always scout for it. Sometimes you don't want to assume something's gone when it's right there and you could have found it. Is the recommended Art of War fast castle build actually legit? It's a starting point. You can definitely play it at a starting elo and be very successful with it. Every civ kind of has its own ways to twist and modify the build and optimize it further than what's there, but it's a very good starting point. And DPK Mishra 9, thank you for the follow. So galleys from Lucho getting in on the fishing ships of Liereyy. Liereyy only runs 1 of them. At the same time, Over here, the galleys from Liereyy are going to find the fish of Capoch. Start to take them out. Meanwhile, on the land, we have a scout going forward. Will be archers, archers for Capoch, and Hearttt going scouts. Activated to be a fishing ship.
Mzaars.
Yeah, bad day indeed to be a fishing ship, as Heartt's fishing ships are vulnerable now. Lierey's, what is that, 7 to 7 on the water. Liereyy not able to defend this. And the ship's going down. Now Lierey's trying to block, and he will take out the galleys, but not after a big loss. The galleys just gonna go down. Nothing much Lucho can do now other than run away. Maps for this tournament are cool. I hope so. I hope so. So a scout from Capoch going to see the blacksmith. So hoovering scouts, going to hit the spears. And go for the vills on the mule cart. Down they go. That's a lot of damage to the vills on the same time on water. Liereyy has the lead here. Ship's going down. I think playing 19 and 20 pop feudal for a long time helped you learn. That can help too. I did all my learning on Black Forest and just practicing booms. I guess a different environment on DE nowadays. As Liereyy with the galleys will hoover around and try to take out Lucho's docks. As everything here being cleaned up. And fletching now in for Hearttt. He will be making a transition himself to skirmishers. So 8 skirms behind this. So archer skirm versus scout skirm. All comes down to whether the skirms hit the archers and don't get killed by the scouts, which usually you can pull off in the small numbers. C boom is for arena 1v1s. Yep. But you don't always play arena 1v1 though. With the ranked queue. So it can be a bit hard to start out because you need to learn builds for all the maps. So in the middle, Liereyy again dominating on the water. 76 to 71 Vil lead 2, Hearttt playing on the land. 180 on YouTube. Everyone checking out the YouTube. This is great. I'll have to figure out other things to do on YouTube like during the tournament. I have a math video I'm editing. Maybe I can sneak in a pacifist video. That's going to be a lot of work though. Here's going down. Scouts run out. Skirmers want to hit the scouts, force them back. And now Capoch on the back foot on land too compared to Hearttt, as forging is on the way. And Lucho going to lose the dock. A lot of archers to defend. Scouts trying to jump the skirms. Skirm's gonna pick the archers though. Pick the spear. Their reaction where I react to them as more interview with me? I don't think so. And there's the GG. They are losing the docks, losing the fight on land. And quick 3-0 sweep for Hearttt and Liereyy, I guess. Quick 3-0 sweep. So GG. So 180 viewers. We had a quick sweep. Hopefully we'll get more viewers than over the weekend for some other sets that might be more competitive, as well as more Gold League on Friday. That was fast, but Hearttt and Liereyy clearly a well-oiled machine. So just mark off the rest of this. 3-0 for Hearttt and Liereyy, but Capoch and Lucho, at least they did get that first round bye, so they will get the prize money for doing that and for their qualification. And Hearttt and Liereyy will continue on in gold. I had the one thing that I didn't like of the tournament format is that we have this situation where if you're one of the top seeds and you lose, you only play one set of games and everyone else gets at least 2. So we didn't really have much of a time frame to work in another set. I had one setup where I introduced another round in silver so that this team would still drop down, but we just didn't have the time for that. So single elimination, Hearttt and Liereyy advance. It is cutthroat to have such a one set in a tournament, but that's how single elimination works, and that's what we did when we have 3 weeks. It's last time we did this, it was, I think, just a full 32 team single elimination, and you just one set and you're out. That was extra brutal. Like the passives videos, yeah, that's I know what a lot of people on YouTube like, the passives videos. Let me just update the title of my YouTube VOD, so that includes the Sitaux and Mihai versus Ganji and Valas Part 2. And I'll just pull up the bracket and we can update the bracket. And I see a game being played by ROR versus Sweden on Cartographers. I'll need to cast the Rex of that. I am exhausted now. I need a nap. So 5.5 hours of streaming today. Thank you all for being here. We had some great viewer numbers, even in the in-between moments between the sets. Oh, is Viper back? Maybe we'll raid Viper then. I'm just gonna cast the Rex of the sets from earlier. So I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube. Thank you all for watching on YouTube. Thanks for the amazing viewer numbers today there. Hopefully this continues. Hope you're enjoying the 4K stream there. And I will see you all later.